Well, hello everybody, the quiet atheist here. Before I actually want to discuss what I want to discuss in this hangout slash chat, if you will, I wanted to take this opportunity to basically give a challenge out to LiveLife8072 in regards to what has transpired recently. And there is a moderator that has already been selected for this, and I just want to have a chat with you, Joe. I want to have a chat with you. I challenge you to have a chat with me about this topic that basically we are trading words back and forth for. Now, it's something that motivated me to do it because I feel that you are wrong on so many levels. And I know that you really don't care about what I have to say about any of these things. But again, this is an open challenge to you. I do want to challenge you in a discussion. And again, like I said, a moderator has already been selected for this discussion. And let's see what happens. Now that that is out of the way, let's get on to the video that I actually wanted to talk about in this particular hangout. Now, initially, I was going to make a response video. I had stayed up all night, doing all kinds of editing work, etc., because I really wanted to do that. But instead, I'm going to share your video live with everybody so we can basically, give my opinion. And that's basically what I wanted to do in this video. Now, let me get everything set up to share the screen with you guys, and we will get started here. Let's see. All right. Let me see here. Okay, this is not working. This is not working. Hold on one second. Damn it. Let's see. Well, maybe it'll work now. So let's see. Let me see if we can actually play this thing. Well, that's a good thing, Joe, because I also love punching up. I have done that throughout my whole life since I was a child, to be honest with you. And I'm going to enjoy this little discussion. When he talks about this type of thing, I can't help but notice the incredible amount of irony here, especially when we are aware of Dramagate, because it seems to me that all of these features that he's talking about fit him, but he wants to accuse someone else, of all of these bad things, when technically these labels are really labeling him as well, And it's something that I wanted to comment on really quickly, because this is rather ridiculous. It really is. He just basically wants to act like a spoiled child in a schoolyard. He hates the fact that people disagree with him all of the time. And, it's something that really does get on my nerves a lot lately. You can't have a conversation with the individual. But let's go on. Well, yes, I have to agree, Live Life. You were a big influence to me in the past. This was in a time where you actually took the time to, listen to what people had to say. You actually took the time to, sit there and actually listen. Nowadays, it is completely impossible to have a conversation with you, especially when your opponents do not meet the narrative that you're trying to push. I have seen this on multiple occasions when you have had conversations with Meridian Frost and a whole lot of other people. You know, I see how you approach these situations, and I could understand why people would actually be angry with you. You know, so let's continue. Yep, that's my name. Yes, it is hate mail. When an individual makes a comment like that that has threats of violence in it, I'm going to consider it hate mail, and I'm going to put it in my series titled the Hate Mail series. You know, that's how I feel about it. You know, you may not view it as being hate mail, but I do. And that's all there is to it. Oh, no, 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 no. What you're basically doing here is trying to spin this whole situation into basically, you know, making me look like I'm a liar, that I'm trying to hide a lot of things from my subscribers, when in all actuality, that is not the case. I was not trying to hide anything from anybody. I was not trying to hold anything back from anybody secretly. You know, that particular day when I made that video, you know, I actually wanted to address this whole theme in its entirety, right? But I didn't have the time to do it. I had a lot of errands to run, and I just didn't have time to sit down in front of the computer to make a long video about this situation. And that's exactly why I didn't make the fucking video. So again, I wasn't hiding anything from anybody. I wasn't lying to anybody at all. You know, I just didn't have time. But let's continue. Yeah, I call it hate mail because, in fact, it is hate mail. And I'm sorry again that you don't see it that way. Sounds like there's a little bit of irony here, you know, because you seem to have this position pretty much all of the time, you know. I have seen many instances where you don't admit that you're wrong, you know, and when you are proven to be wrong, you right away resort to insults. You right away, you know, resort to these pitiful stunts that, you know, literally have no merit at all, plain and simple. And that's how I feel about it, you know. And it's something that, again, does need to be addressed. Now, like I said, wanted to make this response video, and after a while, I decided, man, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to hold a live show and, you know, basically address what you have to say in this hangout. But I'm going to pause it for a second just to see if, you know, people can actually see the video. So I'm going to pause it for a second again, and I'm going to cancel the screen share, and I'm going to check my comment feed. So I will be right back. Let's see here. If anybody out there sees the video, let me know. If not, I will redo it, see if what's going on here. Let me check the comment feed real quick. See what's going on. Let's see here. Hold on a second, guys. Let me get the video back up. I'm going to screen share it again, and we could finish. All right, we got it here. Let me see what's going on. The video is at 100%, guys, the volume anyway. Let's see what else we got. It's a pain in my fucking ass. Let's see. All right, let's go. Which of course he was 110% when he was fired. And I'm here to let you know and to let his subscribers, his supporters know that he's lying to his fucking team and he needs to be called out because we looked at a conversation or an issue, especially social issues, and objective. We can't adhere to one side of the political spectrum. We have to be honest. Different information, look at it, and be reasonable about it. Be rational. So what we're going to do here, everybody, is we're going to watch John's video here. You know, I really like it when he says that we have to be objective, we have to be rational, et cetera, you know, because it seems to me that he really doesn't follow those same exact standards, you know, that he basically wants to provide for everybody else, you know.
Hey, hey, sorry to interrupt, but nobody can hear the video. Nobody.
Oh, hold on.
Not at all. A lot of people left the comment section because they're like, well, he's not even seeing that we can't hear anything. So we can't hear anything. I just hear that it sounds like I'm listening to it through, you're playing it through a little phone speaker or something.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Because I'm gonna have to probably start it all over again. I probably have to take my earphones off and just play the, let me see if this works. Hold on. And then I'll get to it. Let me see here. I guess people don't like me disagreeing with him, and I've lost a couple of subscribers already, but that's okay.
Well, I mean, some of it might be because we cannot hear the audio for it's like you're talking to nobody.
Oh, okay. Do you have a line to the chat?
Well, I mean, I see it. I see the chat now, and I typed no video, no sound, but nothing has come up since I've typed that. So
okay, let me play a section to see if it actually works. Okay.
Okay.
And, let me know, because I took my earphones off and the speakers are basically open now. I don't have any earphones on. Maybe you can hear the sound now. Hold on. Let me get my screen share back up.
Yeah, the screen share wasn't working either.
No?
No video, no sound. It's just been your icon with you talking to yourself.
Well, how the fuck does that work? Hold on a second. God damn it. I got a better idea. Hold on. Let's see here. How the hell did you get in, Kazoom? I didn't post a link, damn it.
You did.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Shared privately, 4:12 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I just go to your Google Plus page, and it's right there in your feed. Shared privately to 276 others.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on a second. Let me get this started again. Yeah,
let's get this party started.
Get the party started, huh? All right, let's see here. I'm going to Live Life's channel now, so maybe I can screen share the video that way. Hold on. Let me get this fucking crap out of the way. All right, let's see here. Let's see. I'm not very savvy when it comes to shit like this, man. I really wish I was.
Sometimes screen sharing messes up. Sometimes it just doesn't work and you have to refresh. But then if you're on a live hangout, I don't know if refreshing would cancel the live part of the feed.
Well, let me know if this works real quick. Hold on.
Please hold.
How about now?
Yes, yes, I can see that. Yes, I see the quiet. It's your channel. The Quiet Atheist Hate Mail Volume number 3. We have a warrior here.
Well, actually, this is Live Life's video that I'm going to be.
That's not what I'm seeing. That's not what I see. I see you pointing. You've done it in the top. You had previously done a search for LiveLife8072, but the video that I see is one. It says published on April 14th, 2016. The Quiet Atheist Hate Mail Volume number 3. We have a warrior here.
Well, how about this? Because I'm showing Live Life's video right now. I see Live Life in the corner there.
Yes, I do see him in the corner, but oh, wait a minute. Now I see what's going on. Okay, I'm an airhead. I see what's happening now. You are watching his video, but the way that I'm an airhead. All right. Call me blonde because I'm a blonde. Okay.
All right, man. You're more than welcome to stay if you want while I comment on this stuff, but you know, if you want to. For a little bit.
Let's see if we can get sound. Let's see if I can hear what it is that you're playing.
All right, hold on a second.
I can't hear it, then no one else can hear it either. So
well, let me see. Let me know. Can you hear anything?
No, but that's because you have the video muted.
Oh yeah, that's right. Duh, fucking retard. Hold on a second. Let me get out of the fucking chat. Keep an eye on the chat for me, because if I unmute it, we're gonna get a massive echo here. Okay. All right. Let me know if you hear it. Okay.
All right.
Do you know what I enjoy sometimes doing?
Did you hear that?
Yes, I can hear. It's not great, but I can at least hear it. It's audible and it's not distorted, so that's working.
Let me check my volume to make sure. It's at 67%, so let me upload that. Okay, let's try it again one more time to test it.
Do you know what I enjoy sometimes doing?
How about now?
Yeah, that's fine. It's a decent volume. I mean, it sounds like it's coming through a speaker, but it's totally understandable. It's not distorted. So
okay,
that will work. That will work. The main reason why I was coming in, because I knew I didn't have anything to add, but I wanted to come in to let you know, hey, this isn't working. So,
yeah, I figured it out now. So everybody that's watching, I apologize. I'm going to restart the video again, and I'll address what he had to say. You know, but yeah, like I said, Kazum, you're more than welcome to sit around for a minute if you want to while I do this. You know, basically, Joe, aka LiveLife8072. I want to start this all over again. I'm going to do this by basically issuing a challenge to you in regards to having a discussion / debate, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I have been in contact with an individual this morning, and he has volunteered his time to be a moderator between the two of us. And trust me, this individual will be brutal with the both of us if he has to. You know, so that part's already out of the way. I'm just basically waiting for your acceptance of the challenge. But for now, I thought that I would, you know, actually address what you had said in your particular video in question. And it was something that I wanted to do for a while, because this is basically getting out of hand, to be honest with you. And, you know, I was making a video since last night, but I decided not to do that. I decided to steer away from that. And I wanted to do this way, so that everybody can actually look at what you had to say and actually look what I have to say about this and come to their own conclusions. So let's get started here.
Do you know what I enjoy sometimes doing? I love punching down.
Well, that's good, Live Life, because I love punching up as well.
I love it. Sometimes you got to put people in their place. The people that lie, the people that skew information, the people that quote mine others, only to make them look like the victim, which is absolute bullshit.
You know, I can't help but notice, Joe, that, you know, there's an incredible amount of irony here. And simply because of Dramagate, because all of these labels that you're dishing out towards me absolutely fit you quite well. I just wanted to point that out really quickly, you know, and that is why I wanted to address this video, because there's so many things in your video that I do have a problem with.
Absolute bullshit.
Yeah, it is absolute bullshit.
And I'm here to call out someone that has looked up to me in the past. I was a big influence for him. John here, aka...
You know, yes, I have to agree, Live Life, that you were a big influence to me in the past. You know, this was in a time where you actually sat there and listened to what people had to say, right? You actually took the time out of your everyday life, if you will, to actually confront individuals in a way that was comfortable for both parties. But nowadays, you don't do that. You hurl insults out. You throw regressive out there like there is no tomorrow. And personally, when it comes to regressive, it has lost its meaning to me entirely. It is totally worthless. People use that word to stop a fucking conversation. And it really irritates me, because a lot of these people that are motivated by this word literally have no idea what the fuck it actually means. And that's the big problem that I have with it.
Quite atheist.
Yeah, that's my name.
Has a problem with a comment on my video. But apparently this is hate mail in his perspective.
Yes, it is hate mail in my perspective. Now, when an individual writes a hateful comment towards me, especially one that has threats of violence in it, I'm going to consider it hate mail. Yes, I am. And it's going to go in my hate mail series, whether people like it or not. That's how I work.
Well, everybody, sit back. What I'm going to provide is information, the comments, what a certain person said, and what other people had to say about John's comments on my video. Oh, no, he doesn't give you that information. No, he does not. He just...
Oh, you're making it sound that I'm lying, like I'm lying to everybody, right? When you have no understanding of what was going on, basically. Now, that day when I made that video, I did have specific plans to, you know, make a video addressing everything in its entirety. The only problem that I have with everything that day was the fact that I didn't have the fucking time to do it. I had errands to run. I had a lot of things that I had to do with my family. And I couldn't have the time to sit here in front of the fucking computer and make a video and edit it. And that's why I did not make the fucking video. I wasn't trying to hide anything from anybody. I wasn't trying to lie to anybody. You know, it is what it is. I had a lot of important issues in my own personal life that I had to take care of. And that's all there is to it. But let's continue.
Takes one comment, runs with it, and calls it hate mail.
Yeah, hate mail.
This is one problem I have with people like John, where they make a video and don't look at the information that they know is out there objectively.
Objectively. It seems to me that you really don't know what that word actually means when it comes to being objective. And I have seen a lot of your engagements lately when it comes to discussions, right? I see no objectivity in it at all in any way, shape, or form. You know, I only see one side of the fucking story. I only see, you know, you telling everybody that they're wrong, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't look like it's really objective to me, right? You know?
Understand the conversation and make a reasonable assessment on what was being said. And what John will not do, he's not...
Oh, the irony is astounding here.
I'm not going to admit that he was wrong in the conversation.
Oh, I will admit if I was wrong. You know, that's an assumption that you made that is completely wrong. I will admit if I'm wrong, you know, if I, you know, will, you know, basically sit here and listen to what people have to say. If they tell me that I am wrong, they have to provide evidence. And then I will admit that I'm wrong, you know, but I'm not just going to sit here and admit that I'm wrong, plain and simple.
Which of course he was, 110%.
Well, it's your story. I'll let you tell it.
He was fucking wrong. And I'm here to let you know and to let his subscribers, his supporters know that he's lying through his fucking teeth and he needs to be called out on it. Because when we look at a conversation,
no, I was not lying through my fucking teeth. Again, if anybody is curious, please look back in this session, excuse me, a few minutes ago, and I actually explained why I wasn't able to make the video. So let's continue.
Or an issue, especially social issues, we have to be objective. We can't
irony
and adhere to one side of the political spectrum.
Irony.
We have to be honest.
Irony.
Evaluate the information. Look at it and be reasonable about it.
Irony.
Rational. So what we're going to do here, everybody, is we're going to watch John's video here. The Quiet Atheist Hate Mail, Volume 3. We have a warrior here, and we're going to address the comments, the comment thread, and we're going to understand John's hypocrisy.
No, we're going to understand your hypocrisy, you know, because there are a lot of people out there that actually see it. You know, I'm well aware of the individuals out there that do have a problem with you, and the reasons why they have a problem with you are actually valid, Joe. Let me ask you a question. What is it like to burn bridges? Let me ask you that, because I have no idea, you know. And, you know, it's something that I have seen you do a lot lately with a lot of people who you were friends with in the beginning, right? And it seems to me that you really enjoy surrounding yourself with a bunch of yes men. You only want people there to agree with you. You know, it's almost like you have this Christian fundamentalist mindset, you know. And I could think of a lot of other people who are exactly the same exact fucking way. You don't want any opposing opinions. You say that you welcome them, but, you know, the attitude that you have towards these opposing opinions, you know, suggests otherwise. You know, I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, that's fast forward. Jesus Christ. Long intro. Quiet.
You don't like my intro, Joe? You know, that intro was made for me by PW Swivel. It was a really nice intro, and he took a lot of time to make that intro. And it is badass. Atheist here, and I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to another episode of Hate Mail. Yes, I admit that I haven't done one of these episodes for quite some time now, but something came to my attention today that I literally had to share with you guys and comment on as well.
John here is going to be disingenuous. I'm going to call him out on it. Keep that in mind here.
Now, I'm going to be disingenuous. I'm going to be dishonest. Well, let's roll that beautiful bean footage then. This piece of mail that I'm going to be addressing in this video comes from an individual who basically thinks that he's this ultimate warrior, if you will. And here in a minute, you guys will actually see why. Now, this individual goes by the name of Arbiter of Reason. Now, judging by what he has said here in this comment to me, I don't think that Arbiter of Reason is appropriate for his name.
Now, you think that's not appropriate for his name?
Exactly.
I do.
Really now?
I know the person. He comments a lot on my videos, John. But you know what's very typical?
You know what? I don't really give a flying fuck if this individual comments on your videos a million fucking times a day. That does not have anything to do with what I am talking about here. When an individual takes it upon themselves to send me a comment like that, you know, it doesn't represent being an arbiter of reason. Being an arbiter of reason is completely the opposite, plain and simple.
Well, John, is what you're going to do here, the people that I call out, that quote mine, you're quote mining.
I don't see how I was quote mining. He made the comment directly to me, and I wanted to call it out for what it was, basically.
His comments. That's what you're doing. You're not putting in context the conversation.
Uh-oh, here we have that you're taking it way out of context thing. You know, you're sounding more like a Christian fundamentalist the more that we get into this.
And when his comment was made in the string of those comments, you're not going to state this, John. But we're going to do.
I believe I'm stating it now, so you're incorrect.
Here is quote mine the guy
Again, I wasn't quote mining.
Basically saying, well, this guy was bullying me. He was very mean. He's telling me to shut the fuck up. Well, John,
Yeah, he was telling me to shut the fuck up.
we'll get to the comments where I told you to shut the fuck up and where you are.
Thank you for proving my point.
Are a hypocrite.
The hypocrite. You say that you welcome free speech, but you yourself even admit that you have told me to shut the fuck up, and Arbiter of Reason himself told me to shut the fuck up. So that is hypocrisy at its finest there.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. And again, here in a minute, you guys will actually see why. The quiet atheist, you fucking retard. Why did you not just have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up while you waited out? If you spoke to me how Sank spoke to the AA staff.
It's jank. But
Oh, I'm sorry, Jank. You know, if it would have been Jank, he should have put a G there or something along those lines instead of C, because that's all I saw was Sank. But it is Jank, and for that, I apologize.
wait, jank. That's Sank. Jank. Okay.
Yeah, okay. You would be in a wheelchair shitting into a bag strapped to your leg.
Now, everybody needs to remember that quote by Arbiter of Reason.
Yeah, everybody needs to remember it.
Just please remember that,
Oh, yeah, I'll remember it.
because I'm going to point out John's hypocrisy here.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, first of all, Arbiter of Reason, I don't like Coke. I specifically like Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I do love Dr. Pepper. I can't stand Coke, though. And no, I am not going to shut up. I have a voice, and I'm going to share my voice. Second of all, I really like this attitude that I'm getting from a lot of individuals for simply disagree, for simply having a voice to voice my disagreements.
Let it be known, you are allowed to have your voice.
Oh, I can't tell because both of you individuals are telling me to shut the fuck up.
We don't care that you have a voice.
Hypocrisy.
You use that voice however you want.
Oh man, this hypocrisy is being shown a lot in this video, Joe. Come on now.
We're not trying to eliminate your freedom of speech.
I can't tell, but continue.
This is not what we were trying to do in the comment section
Really? Okay.
of my video. We were not trying to shut you up, John. We were reasoning with you.
You call, reasoning, hateful comments? Is that what you classify reasoning as? You guys were basically telling me to shut the fuck up, and Arbiter of Reason was basically threatening me with violence if I were to talk to him in a certain way. That's not reasoning with me, Joe. Sorry to say.
You were not being reasonable.
I'm not the one being reasonable. Wow, man. Irony yet again.
So what happened? So stop playing the victim card.
You might want to take your own advice.
But what it all boils down to, John, in this conversation?
No, what it all boils down to, actually, is the fact that I disagreed with you and you had a bitch fit about it. You wanted to take it upon yourself to act like a child and try to push me around with all of this nonsense that you are spewing to everybody else. And to be honest with you, it's not working for me. It's not going to silence me. I'm not going to be intimidated simply because you are a bigger influence on YouTube, whatever the fuck that means. I don't really give a fuck. I'm not going to shut up for anybody. And I am going to change a lot of ways in regards to how I approach things here on YouTube. I'm not going to be as quiet anymore. I'm not going to be as passive anymore. I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to start showing people what they look like in the mirror. It doesn't look too good, does it, Live Life?
Is that we were letting you know that you were wrong.
No, I wasn't wrong, but continue.
You were wrong.
Nope.
Okay? We're not shutting down your freedom of speech. You can
Again, hypocrisy.
say whatever the fuck you want. I really don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck if you don't give a fuck. But hypocrisy.
But what we're going to do is combat you and tell you why you are wrong.
And I'm going to combat you and tell you why you are wrong, just so you know.
We're going to get into that conversation here soon.
Oh, okay, good. I'm looking forward to it.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to have a voice. I'm not allowed to disagree with people. I'm just supposed to sit here and be quiet and not say a fucking thing.
And a huge generalization here due to one comment.
No, I failed to see the generalization because I was addressing one comment, you know, and it's something that you need to realize, Joe. I saw this comment and I wanted to call it out for what it is. Bullshit. You're the one here that's trying to twist things to meet your little narrative, and I saw it from the beginning.
Due to one comment, John. So you're generalizing, saying this is what a lot of people say to you.
Yeah, a lot of people say that to me. Believe it or not, a lot of fucking people say that to me.
No, John, people are just saying, shut the fuck up.
Thank you for proving my point.
You're embarrassing yourself.
That's just another excuse to basically try and take away my right to speak, basically. So go ahead.
These comments we're going to look at here.
Yeah, let's look at the comments.
Otherwise, I'm allegedly going to get my ass kicked. Sorry to say, I do have a voice. I am going to share my thoughts. I am going to disagree with people, whether they like it or not. And that's how I see it. I'm not going to let any individual shut me up. I have a right to talk about things. And that's how I feel about it.
And you're 100% right. You have a voice. You can do whatever you want. People shouldn't shut you down.
Yeah, you're right. People should not shut me down. But there are two individuals now that are basically trying to shut me down, telling me to shut the fuck up. Can you actually see where the hypocrisy is?
His comment is valid.
No, it's not valid. To me, it isn't, especially when it is a threat of violence, especially when it is an insult. It's not valid.
If you did what Jank did in an airport and I was next to you, I would tell you to shut the fuck up or
Yeah.
I'm going to knock you the fuck out because you...
See, you prove my point. You basically want to silence me. If I was in a similar situation to Jank, if you were standing by me, you would literally knock me the fuck out while you would have tried to, you know, but, you know, just to shut me up, you know. That's what my point was, basically. You don't believe in free speech. You don't believe in anything like that because you and this other individual were perfectly willing to try and make me shut up about this.
You know what you're doing? You're hindering people talking to the staff at American Airlines, trying to resolve certain issues.
While the staff at American Airlines were basically trying to hinder Jank's situation as well, right? So sometimes, you know, you do have to get angry with people because guess what, Joe? It grabs their attention, right? You have to get angry with people just to get their fucking attention. Otherwise, they are going to ignore you. Plain and simple. These individuals had no desire to talk with him, even if he approached it rationally, right? These individuals did not care. All they did was simply lie to him and the other fucking passengers by saying that there was a plane coming in 30 minutes. This happened multiple fucking times. Multiple fucking excuses. So I actually can understand why people get angry when it comes to situations like this, and I can actually understand why they act the way that they act.
So let's look at the comment thread on my video.
Oh, goody, let's look.
Where John quote mines.
Again, no quote mining.
One comment to promote that somehow he's the victim. So
I never implied that I was a victim of anything. First and foremost, I just simply saw a comment that I wanted to call out.
John starts the conversation by saying, the only thing that he did wrong in my eyes was record the staff and supervisors.
Correct.
He was perfectly justified in regards to being angry. I have
Yes, like I said previously, he was perfectly justified in regards to being angry. I would have done the same thing as well. In fact, I have, like I told you in that comment, done the same thing when I flew from Colorado to New York. I was very frustrated. I had somewhere to go that was very, very important, and I needed to get there on time. And it's not my fault that these individuals are incompetent, but they want to sell you a story and basically lie to you. I have experienced this as well. And I know that personal experiences, you know, is something that you really don't give a fuck about, and I really don't care. But let's continue.
Done the same fucking thing when I flew from Colorado to New York. And I replied here. And the reason why I replied like this, to see what his response was going to be, to pick out his hypocrisy.
Yeah, when he replies to this, he basically is pulling a little stunt here. And because of that, you get to actually see just how dishonest this individual is.
I stated, then you need to fuck off. It's common and happens. No need to act like that. I can't believe you think that behavior is justified. Seriously, TQA, the quiet atheist, fucking unsub me. Goodbye. Now here comes his hypocrisy right here.
Oh, goody, here it comes, here it comes.
One question, Live Life. Would I ever talk to you that way? So, John, it seems like you have a problem with people talking to you in an aggressive manner.
Well, there's two things that I wanted to talk about here. You know, the reason why I asked you that question is because of the fact that I have never approached you like that before at all in any way, shape, or form. You know, I have always approached you with some sort of respect, if you will. So I would appreciate it if it was returned to me, you know, and that's how I operate, you know. But from now on, I'm not going to do that, especially when it comes to conversations with you. Now, as far as having a problem with an aggressive approach to a discussion is concerned, yes, I do have a problem with it, especially when it comes from individuals who claim to be arbiters of reason or claim to like having rational discussions. You know, on one hand, you see that, but on the other, you see something that is completely the opposite. And that is exactly what the fuck I have a problem with.
Is that what I'm getting at? That you approve what Cenk did, the way he talked to the American Airlines staffers. That's okay. But what I said here, somehow that's a problem, right?
I've already addressed that.
How is that not a double standard?
No, I do have a problem, you know, with the way that you approached me as far as this answer of yours is concerned, you know, because I addressed you in a way that was not like this. But let's continue.
How is that not hypocrisy?
It is not hypocrisy. I specifically stated that he was well within his rights to get very, very angry because of the situation that Cenk was in. Plain and simple.
I replied, I really don't give a fuck. You're wrong and
Yeah, I know you really don't give a fuck. It's pretty known now.
need to be called out for being wrong. Anyone who acts like that in an airport is an asshole, period. Put yourself in the staffer's shoes. Geez, man, I actually have to explain to you that no one should act like that. It's unethical. And then you quote me here.
I really like this nonsense that he spews because I guarantee you that if he were to walk into a fucking airport, right, and he goes up to the flight people there at the desk and wants to order a ticket and they found out that he was an atheist somehow, for example, right? Well, you're not going to get on any of our planes because we are because you're an atheist. How would you guys think he would act after that? I mean, I guarantee you he'd probably fucking, you know, fly out of his fucking pants with that one. I guarantee it. I would have done that too, you know. But, you know, this is the type of thing, you know, that he'll ignore, right? He wants to push standards on everybody else that he himself does not adhere to. And that is what's bugging me about this whole fucking thing. But let's continue.
We don't give a fuck. Here we go.
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck.
Go again, guys. This is part of his hypocrisy.
Oh.
I know that you don't. This is pretty much a given. So let me get this straight. I am wrong for being angry at airlines. According to your logic, I am supposed to take it up the ass by these people whether I like it or not. No, John. You're supposed to sit in a seat, and if you have a question on the delay, you get up and you ask them. You don't act like a fucking total asshole.
Oh, you're just basically taking away an individual's right to be angry and express their anger? Okay, got it.
It's okay to be angry, but it's
Hypocrisy.
not okay to be belligerent like fucking Jank was. That was...
Sometimes, like I said, you have to be belligerent to get people's attention. Plain and simple, you have to get loud. And if it's something that you do not like, you know, that's too bad. I have seen you many times, Joe, in interactions with other people get fucking louder. So don't tell me that that's not appropriate. Come on now.
It's fucking a ridiculous display of ignorance. Total lack of respect. Bullshit. And it's bullshit that you actually believe that his actions were appropriate. Fuck off, man.
Yeah. Thank you for that rational response.
He continues here. They need to be aware of the mistakes that they make so they can become better at what they do when it comes to serving the public. John, delays happen 25% of all airlines national in America.
Yeah, I know.
25% of the flights are delayed. Now, some airlines like JetBlue, which Jank supports, are delayed even more than the national average. Now, John, what I'm going to do here is play a little...
So what's your point?
Audio clip from an employee a week after I made my videos when he flew from Philadelphia to Orlando, okay? And his flight was delayed 4.5 hours. I asked him, like, hey, dude, I just got back from Florida. He's like, yeah. I'm like, how was it? He goes, oh, my flight was delayed 4.5 hours. I'm like, oh, my God, can I record you saying this? Please, I need some evidence because people think this is not a common occurrence. It's so funny that I asked an employee.
I never said that it wasn't a common occurrence. You know, there are people out there that have different reactions to these similar situations. I'm not going to deny that. But everybody is justified, you know, in regards to how they react to situations that are really frustrating.
Oh my God, your flight was delayed? How long? 4.5 hours? I was like, oh my God, this is great. Please say to me while I'm recording you that your flight was delayed 4.5 hours. It was delayed 4.5 hours. Where from? Philly? Philly to where? Orlando? Philly to Orlando, okay. 4.5 hour delay, hear that? So
that really doesn't mean anything to me. All I was talking about is the fact that different people are going to have different reactions to, you know, these similar situations. And all of these people are well within their rights to have their specific reactions. Plain and simple, that's it. People are going to be different about a lot of things.
There you go. His flight was delayed 4.5 hours from Philly to Orlando. It does happen. I mean, you just got to open your mind there, John. Do a little research.
Yeah, I got to open my mind. You know, I do have to agree, but don't open your mind, Joe, so much that your brain literally falls out of your fucking skull.
Understand that it is common. It does happen. There's no justifiable reason for people to act like Jank did.
I've already stated why I disagreed with you, but continue.
Okay? This video is not about Jank and what he did. It's about calling out people like John, the quiet atheist.
That's my name.
Lying, quote-minded individuals to promote, like, hey, man, I'm the victim here.
Again, I've already addressed this. Go ahead.
I'm the victim. This guy wants to beat me up, which is just bullshit. It's just an insult.
Oh, man. Continue.
You're allowed to intellectually insult people. Which arbiter of reason did to you?
Intellectually insult people. You call insults intellectual? I'm sorry. I don't agree with you there. But continue.
But no, you got butthurt over that comment.
Damn right I did. And that is why I chose to call this individual out for what he said to me.
And we're going to get to that comment here in this thread. And then,
oh, goody, another comment.
You end here. I have been in a position where I have been yelled at. The people that were doing the yelling were justified, though. And I replied here, your personal experience means nothing when it comes to Jank's issue. Now, what I mean when I said that is that you're approaching it as some kind of collective experience. Like, hey, we all deal with this and we should all act like assholes.
No, I did not say that we should all act like fucking assholes, Joe. What I said earlier is different people are going to have different reactions. I didn't say that everybody was going to have the same exact fucking reaction, Joe. Come on now, man. Really? Really?
It's absolute bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
We have to take things case by case. We have to evaluate the information, why it was delayed, look at the facts. Don't listen to what people have to say. Understand what happened, why Cenk got kicked off.
Understand what happened. Again, there's an incredible amount of hypocrisy here, Joe, but continue.
He lied about that. We have to look at the facts and evidence and go from there.
Yeah, irony alert.
You apparently hold to this collectivist idea that, hey, listen, if I have a bad experience and Cenk has a bad experience, then we need to be assholes.
No, I did not say that, but I've already specifically identified that earlier, so continue.
All need to be assholes when our flights are delayed, which is just absolute bullshit. And I continue here. Fuck your personal experience.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck my personal experience because it's somehow not relevant to the issues that are being discussed. When in all actuality, it is relevant here. Like I said before, can actually see why people get angry because in the past, I have served the public in a different occupation, of course. I didn't work for an airlines, but I can actually understand why people are angry. I can actually understand that they are well within their rights to share some of that anger with individuals. Plain and simple. You disagree with that. You want to take away their right to express their anger when that's just a human trait that we have. You don't like it. Well, you are more than welcome to act the way that you want to act with people. And that's all that there is to it. I'm not going to tell you to shut up. I'm not going to make threats to you. You are more than welcome to have your opinions regarding anything on this fucking platform that we are on. Plain and simple. So don't do it to me.
Experiences are varied on a spectrum. Can't believe I have to explain this shit to you. Stop with the straw man bullshit.
Straw man bullshit. You know, I can't help again to notice the amount of hypocrisy here throughout this whole video, because to be honest with you, when it comes to straw men, you know, you have built enough of them to fill an entire fucking cornfield.
Address Cenk's behavior, idiots. And here's another comment to the quiet atheist. Why are you projecting arguments against Cenk's reaction like it's an argument, your experiences? And then I replied to this guy, see, I'm not the only one that thinks this. It's a straw man. Of course it is.
I have already specifically addressed this earlier, but continue.
Then John states here, my personal experience doesn't matter because, like those staff, I serve the public as well. Just so you know. Now, people need to realize, I just went over this with him. Your personal experience doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, it does, because it's relevant to this discussion, but go ahead.
We have to talk about the issue at hand. We have to talk.
Yes, we do have to talk about the issue at hand here. So continue.
About the issue that is Cenk being an asshole to American Airlines staff.
How many times are you going to say that? Honestly, how many fucking times are you actually going to fucking say that, Joe? Continue.
This is what it boils down to. But John here wants to keep on pushing the envelope about his personal experience.
Pushing the envelope. You know, another thing that I find ironic about pushing envelopes is the fact that you have pushed the envelope so fucking far with people that it has literally fell off the fucking edge already. There's no coming back from that, and you only have yourself to blame.
Which doesn't mean shit. And I stayed here, what does this even fucking mean? Makes no sense. Again, we are not talking about your experiences. They mean shit to me.
Quit repeating yourself.
I don't care about your personal experience. Has no validity in the argument.
Again, stop repeating it. I've already addressed this.
None. Zero. Zip. If you want to bring up statistics like I do about flight delays, have at it, because you know what? That's a form of evidence. Hardcore information, statistics that would prove my point that it's common that flights get delayed. Another comment here, LiveLlife8072. Acting like an asshole to a complete stranger is an act.
Who's in the hangout?
That was uncalled for. So simple, but he mixes the two because of a personal experience. LOL, this guy is one stupid son of a bitch. Of course he is. He's fucking stupid.
Oh yeah, I'm stupid because I have a disagreement. I'm stupid because I want to take this opportunity to express my disagreements. I'm a stupid son of a bitch for doing that. Yeah, you guys have actually proven my point here. But continue.
And of course I exposed his hypocrisy. It's okay for him to back Janik, acting like that, claiming that he did the same thing on a flight, but when he comes out with a video claiming that he's a victim,
repeating,
that arbiter of reason, Boohoo told him to shut up, he has a problem. Fucking hypocrisy at its best.
No, it's not. You know, go ahead.
And connected to you too, stated, you're making yourself look like a real moron. F.
You know, opinions are like assholes. Everybody got one. You know, it's just, you know, the fact that they are incorrect, basically. But continue.
Jank purposely and willingly escalated a situation with other passengers towards AA staff to incite a greater hostile reaction, in part because he was filming. This is fact, guys. This is fact.
I know that he was filming, and I really expressed my disagreement with that. I made it known that what he did wrong with that fucking camera was record people.
Connected is right. But you know what? The quiet atheist still doesn't fucking get it. Still.
I got it way from the beginning, man. Plain and simple.
Doesn't get it. I am making myself look like a moron simply because I disagree. Oh.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to.
Okay, gotcha. John, it's not about you disagreeing with us.
It's everything about you disagreeing with me, Joe. How many fucking times do I have to say that? And this whole thing started the moment I decided to fucking comment on one of your videos, you know, about a young girl who was literally thrown on her fucking head in a fucking classroom, right? I commented on that video because I wanted to, you know, express why I disagreed with you, but immediately you fucking took it upon yourself to insult me. You took it upon yourself to talk down to me as if you were somehow this fucking, you know, paragon of morality, if you will, a paragon of facts, you know, and that's just simply not the fucking case. And that's what, you know, destroyed, you know, the, you know, friendship that we had between us, if you want to call it that. You know, I'm not sure how you feel about it, but, you know, I actually thought that we had a little bit of a friendship there, you know, in the beginning when I first met you. But it is what it is. You know, things have went south, and they have went south for a reason. You know, the only thing that I can actually do from all of this is actually learn from it, you know. Now, we'll be getting into that here shortly.
About us being truthful and telling the truth, speaking the truth.
Irony alert.
And people are just saying, dude, you're just a fucking moron, man. Keep on.
Yeah, I'm a moron for having a voice and having disagreements with people. Okay.
Digging that fucking hole deeper, man. That's what you're.
Oh, I'm digging a hole deeper because I disagree with people? Okay.
You're doing here. You're just digging that fucking hole deeper and deeper in the conversation. And then Connector responds to the quiet atheist, making myself look like a moron simply because I disagree, unquote. No, it's not that you disagree that makes you look like a moron.
Yes, it is. That's the position that you guys have. You're calling me a fucking moron because I disagree with you. You're calling me a fucking moron because I want to engage in these conversations where I want to express my disagreements. You know, that's what it boils down to.
Is the total lack of aptitude and cognition you're showing trying to defend your stance on what happened.
Irony alert.
In your very first comment, you go to say Jank was justified acting like a loudmouth sideshow. Then Joe told you that you need to fuck off because delays happen all the time. You come back with, would I ever talk to you that way? Your very first comment is you.
Yeah, but you know what, Joe? Another thing, the reason why I asked you that question is because of the fact, again, that I respected you to an extent. You know, I actually, like I said earlier, looked up to you. I wanted to approach you in a way that wasn't confrontational, you know, and, you know, there was a part of me that actually valued a lot of your content on your channel. I will be fucking honest about that, right? You know, because it was your content that drew me to your channel in the first place. You know, I was drawn to your work that you have done here on YouTube. I will be fucking honest about that. Plain and simple. You know, so in a lot of ways, at that moment when I wanted to address you, I had a lot of respect for you in these categories of discussion, if you will. And, you know, I wanted to approach you in a way, you know, that I knew best, basically. And that is without insults. You know, I just wanted to express my disagreements. But, you know, the same wasn't returned to me. Instead, I get insults. I get told to shut the fuck up. I get called names. I get threats of violence, et cetera, all because I disagree with people. And that's how it goes. That's what this whole thing boils down to, Joe.
Justifying acting like a raging lunatic every time something doesn't go your way, given that apparently you would talk to anyone like that, that makes you agitated.
No, I would not talk to anyone like that. You know, I don't talk to everybody in my life like that. You know, I really talk to people like that when the situation requires it. If an individual, again, you know, fails to actually pay attention to me and what I have to say, you know, I am going to get loud. I am going to get angry because I think that needs to be done to get somebody's attention. I have seen a lot of examples like this where people are just basically ignored. You know, you have to make a noise if you want to be heard. Everybody has to hear you. If not, people are going to ignore you. So I get louder because I want people to actually listen to what I have to say. I want people to actually listen to the problems I have with them. Plain and simple. And I'm well within my right to do that, whether you like it or not. And the whole thing boils down to a subjective opinion, basically. You know, I have my opinion that is obviously different from yours. And, you know, in this conclusion, I think that it's safe to say that we are basically going to agree to disagree. You know, we are basically going to sit here and continue to disagree about the issues that are being discussed, you know, and I'm perfectly fine with that, you know. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and tell you to shut the fuck up. I'm not going to call you fucking names. I'm not going to resort to a fucking schoolyard mentality, you know. I'm not going to do any of these things. If I want to have a discussion with someone, you know, I'll have a discussion with someone. And people, you know, can have the confidence to know that when they come to my channel, even if they disagree with me, they can actually leave their comments there, even if they are fucking insults, because I don't believe in censorship at all, you know. But you have to be aware that if it is an insult, I'm going to call it out, like this last comment was. I called it out.
Continued here. Then you completely gloss over the fact that Jank's outburst was directed at AA staff in such a way it was intended for other passengers to hear and react. Jank was less concerned about getting to Florida on time and more concerned with causing a scene he knew would be good for clicks, views on his YouTube channel, of course.
Clicks, views on his YouTube channel? Where the fuck are you getting this information from? I honestly don't understand that. Jank was perfectly justified in being angry. And I personally don't think that, you know, he was just looking for attention, you know, plain and simple. I just don't think he was. You know, and I honestly don't care if this individual has 1 million fucking subscribers, because I honestly think that in many ways, Jank is a fucking douchebag. So yes, I fucking agree with you there. But, you know, when people are angry for certain reasons, you know, they are well within their right to be angry. They are well within their right to share anger with other people that they are angry with.
Because he came out with 4 videos that night, no one would get a lot of views. He made sure to add in some pro-Bernie lip service, which I did point out in my videos. Need any more help to understand why you make yourself look like a moron? I replied to that, spot on, spot on.
No, not spot on, not spot on at all. This was actually one of the most incorrect fucking statements I have ever sat here and listened to, just to be honest with you.
Now, after our comments here, you will never see another reply on this thread by the Quiet Atheist.
You're getting a reply now.
He tucked his tail between his legs and he ran.
No, see, here's the thing, Joe. You think that I'm afraid of you. You think that I'm afraid of people who come to my channel and throw insults or have disagreements with me. You know, this really shows that you really don't know me at all. You know, because if you actually knew me on a personal level, you would have a fucking different opinion about it. Trust me, you would have a different opinion. You know, the day that you can literally throw your fucking pants up into the fucking air and get into them before they hit the ground, then we'll talk. But until then, you're just another fucking human being to me. You're just another fucking primate like I am, plain and simple. So let's continue.
Make a video quote mining the next person. Arbiter of reason, quiet atheist, you fucking retard. Why don't you just have a Coke and smile and shut the fuck up while you wait it out? If you spoke to me how Jank spoke to the AA staff, you'll be in a wheelchair, shitting in a bag strapped to your leg. Now, John, this is what we call an insult. After having some kind of intellectual discourse where we prove you wrong, you're wrong. You're 100% wrong, 110% wrong. Now people will start insulting you, like many have.
Yeah, they insult me because I have a disagreement. But we've already been over all of this bullshit. I don't know why you're basically repeating this. But go ahead.
And we picked your hypocrisy apart. Now people need to realize that.
You didn't do shit.
People need to go to his channel. Go over to his channel, link down below. And
yeah, send people over to my channel so that they can, you know, dislike my videos and insult me even more. Go ahead, because you are so for freedom of speech. Go ahead. You know, one thing that they won't have to worry about when they come to my channel to insult me is the fact that I will not silence them. I will not block them. I will not call them names. I will not do anything. You know, they are more than welcome to leave their thoughts and opinions. I may not like what they say, but they are well within their right to leave their anger at my channel. That's how I am.
Let him know what you think on his video. Seriously.
Yeah, sure.
Seriously, go fucking do it. Shame this guy.
Yeah, shame this guy. Shame this guy. Let's get together and shame the quiet atheist because we are arbiters of reason. We are champions for rational thought. Yeah.
This guy needs to be shamed. So, John, welcome to the worldview of being objective.
Welcome to the worldview of being objective. Really? I see no objectivity coming from you. I don't.
Evaluate information. A world of reason, rationale, and then melodies, ritmo. Stay to here, then you are a dick too. And it seems like this person works for American Airlines. A+. Love the logo.
Anybody can fucking get a fucking picture from Google Images of American Airlines and put it as their avatar. Anybody can do that.
So in conclusion here, John, aka the quiet atheist, stop acting like you're a fucking victim on your
Quit repeating yourself.
videos. We called you out. You
didn't do anything.
were ashamed, not only in the comment thread.
I was shamed for having a voice. I was shamed for having an opinion. I was shamed for disagreeing. Yeah, I got that pretty much right from the beginning, Joe.
But in this video, take it like a man and say, you know what? Yeah, I fucked up. I was wrong. Okay.
Why don't you follow your own advice? There's a lot of instances out there on YouTube where you do not follow your own advice.
I shouldn't act like that. Jank shouldn't act like that, you know, and I'm not going to cry the blues anymore when somebody acts like that towards me and cry that I'm the victim. Unfucking believable. Fucking hypocrisy at the best. I'm like, this is what Christians do. It's
oh, the irony when you talk about this is what Christians do.
what the religious do. Exactly what he did there. Implement any fucking Christian view, and you have fucking the quiet atheist here. In the words of Confucius, quote, if I am walking with two other men, each of them will serve as my teacher. I will pick out the good points of the one and imitate them, and the bad points of the other and correct them myself. So everybody, go visit the quiet atheist.
Yeah, to shame me.
Go check out his video.
Yeah, to shame me.
Let him know what you feel.
Yeah, to shame me.
This guy needs to be shamed.
Thank you, Joe, for proving my point. And that's what this whole discussion was about. Again, that's what this whole problem that I have was about.
That being said, live life, because you only have one.
Yeah, we only have one. And I would like to take this opportunity to say, Joe, since you took it upon yourself to share that quote with us, you know, you will never in any way, shape, or form be a teacher of mine, you know. You're just not worthy. You're not. There are individuals out there that are far more worthy when it comes to actually teaching me something. Because unlike you, I actually value what people have to say, even if they disagree with me, even if they insult me. But again, they have to realize that I'm going to call out these insults. I'm going to call them out for what they are, and that's bullshit, plain and simple. And in conclusion, I am completely done with this. Like I said, I have issued an open challenge to you, Joe. I have a moderator already selected. I have discussed this with an individual already this morning. I got that completely out of the way. It's all ready to go now. So the ball is in your court, buddy. The ball is really in your court right here and now. Plain and simple. Okay.
Do you know what I enjoy sometimes doing?
Oh, I can't go through this shit again. I'm going to get rid of it. All right, here. Let me stop fucking sharing. All right. I'm back, Paul.
Hi.
How long have you been here?
10 minutes or so.
Oh.
I muted myself just to make sure nothing came through.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I heard a TV or something while I was talking.
That was somebody else. I muted him real quick. Then he left.
Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, I had a lot to say, man. I did have a video put together, you know, but, you know, I spent the entire night working on that and stuff. And it's just, I decided to basically address it this way to everybody, you know, so that everything can actually be out there. And I wanted to issue my own challenge, you know, and it is what it is. People don't like it. People don't like the fact that I disagree with them. People don't like it. And judging from what I shared with everybody, this is the fucking case. They want to shut me up because I disagree with them. They want to shut me up because I have an opinion that is different, you know, and that's what they hate, I guess. And I just I have had enough of the bullshit, Paul. I really have, you know. And like I said earlier on when I was addressing the video, I actually admired the individual, you know, a long time ago, because that was a time when he approached the situations that he was in a lot differently than he does now, you know. And it all boils down to one fucking reason why he acts the way he acts. But I'm not going to talk about that fuckface in this fucking hangout because he's not worthy of talking about, you know. And that's it. I'm done with it. The only thing that I have left is this challenge that I issued. And like I said, I talked with someone this morning via Skype, and they were perfectly willing to moderate this discussion between us. And I know that I can trust in this individual. And you know who you are, by the way, because he will be equally fucking brutal with me like he would LiveLife8072 as well. You know, there's no bias within this man as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, it is what it is. So I'm done. How are you doing, Paul?
Okay.
And I've lost, I don't know how many subscribers I've lost, but I think I've lost like 4 or 5 now.
Oh, that's nothing.
All because I disagree with someone. You know, that's fine. I'm not gonna make everybody happy, you know. That kind of goes with the territory. You know, if you say something, you know, that it's not going to make someone happy, then, you know, they're going to unsubscribe, you know, and it's well within their right.
Well, to let you know, I never watched the other video that he's talking about into any detail.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty much neutral in the whole situation.
Oh, yeah.
All I know is I seen that video and he's going off on you. and I know you personally pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's why I dropped the link on your, Facebook.
Yeah, I caught it. I caught it right away. I just didn't get a chance to reply. I really
Yeah,
did.
no biggie. And like I said, I just happened to go through and I see, oh, I see you having a live thing.
Yeah.
What's his name came on and he said how he found the link to get on. So I did the same thing, and that's how I found my way here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I just wanted to address this, and it is what it is. I'm basically calling him out. We're going to have a discussion if he wants to have a discussion, I guess. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But, I have a moderator who is willing to participate. And that's the way that it is, I guess. I mean, I can't fucking make any.
I don't understand what the problem is if you express an opinion on a certain situation.
Well, the problem is that he has an extreme bias going on, basically, I personally think, and fucking when someone basically wants to sit there and try to silence an individual, it tells you that that they're really not interested in what you have to say. It doesn't matter what you say, you are completely wrong, and that's how it is, I guess. I mean, it can actually get frustrating, Paul, because I was actually wanting to have a genuine discussion, but apparently it wasn't in the cards, and that's unfortunate because, I actually, like I said, did want to have a discussion. But
you gave an opinion on a subject, somebody agrees with you or don't agree with you, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit here and call people fucking retards. I'm not going to insult them. Well, I do take that back a little bit because in my videos, I do call people retards and stupid shit for a lot of reasons, and simply because their religious fucking nonsense affects society in a negative way, right? So when I talk about these things, I mean, I want to express my anger, and I do that by calling them fucking idiots for thinking that they can take away human rights, for example. And that's how I deal with it. So I will acknowledge that I do call people names, but when they want to affect society in a negative way, I will call you a fucking name, plain and simple.
Wait a second. Nothing important.
Oh, okay.
Wait a second.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, Live Life wants to have a discussion now. All of a sudden, he wants to have a discussion with me. All right. Let me get the fucking link for you then, buddy. Let's see here. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Let me go to my invites. Live Life 8072. I got a different fucking picture of him here. I don't know. I'm gonna send a fucking invite anyway, so we'll get that started. It's under Joe Live Life 8072 Skeptic, I guess. And I'm sending an invite because I'm not picking up his regular fucking channel. It's something else that I'm picking up. Live Life, are you still out there? Let's see. Oh, I can't fucking see the goddamn. All right, hold on. Okay. Let's see here. I need to get back to the fucking. Oh, man, this fucking computer has to fuck up on me now. Hold on.
I'm here.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get to a place where I can actually place the fucking link somewhere. So let's see here.
Well, wherever you opened it to begin with.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
It's just not working really well. All of a sudden, my computer decided to fuck up on me. And
Do you want me to do a copy of wherever you are now and drop it on the?
do you know how to send a link?
Well, I'm gonna just give me a second here and see where the heck you're at.
Well, hold on. I'm putting it in the description like I always do. And Joe, if you're still out there, the link is in the description at the top.
Okay.
Click on it. I'm saving it now, so it'll basically appear in the description. You might want to have to refresh your page, Joe, because the link is in there now. All right, let's see here. All right, got that out of the fucking way.
Okay, I was good in the comments. All right.
Yeah, pay attention to the comments for me, Paul, if you don't mind.
Oh. Okay, see where we are.
Is that your default for Google Plus, Joe? Joe? Are you there, Joe? Hold on a second.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, all right. All right, that's good. Is that your avatar for your Google Plus account?
That is correct.
Okay, because it wasn't the same avatar that you have on your YouTube channel. But, well, thank you for coming in, I guess.
Thanks for the invite.
But, you know, I just wanted to take the time to address a lot of these things, you know. And like I said before, Joe, you know, I actually looked up to you in the past in a lot of ways, because I have to be honest when I say that you were actually a different person in the beginning when I first met you, you know, but now I just don't see that, you know, and it has severed the proverbial connection, I should say, for the lack of a fucking better term, you know, between us, you know, because of this whole thing, you know. I have a lot of hostilities towards this whole fucking situation to begin with. And, you know, I just wanted you to know that, basically.
John, your personal experience really means nothing to me. Listen, can I just
go
talk?
ahead.
Go ahead. Let me talk.
Go ahead.
I don't care if you dislike me or have some kind of disdain for me. I don't care if there's other YouTubers that have disdain for me. Yes, I did promote on my channel that I am changing gears when it comes to my channel. I'm not addressing Christianity, not that much anymore.
Yeah.
Right? I'm moving on to more important topics. When you move to more important topics, you tend to split that demographic on your channel. This is what I'm doing. People don't like it. Now I'm addressing YouTubers that are addressing these topics and are getting the information wrong. This is what I'm doing. Now, if they hate me, that's on them. That's not on me. I'm not trying to make them hate me, John.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're clear on that. This is my perspective. This is what I do now. So if people don't like what I have to say because I am bringing up facts and information, that actually that actually tells a story on what is actually happening, then guess what? If you don't like what I have to say, make a video response to me. I tell people, make a video response to me, and I will reply back. That's what I did to you, John. Prime example, you had a problem in our comment section. We combated you. We told you why you were wrong. You were wrong. You still are wrong. But you're not addressing my points. You never addressed maybe 1 or 2 points, but you're not addressing the point on where we have a problem with what you had to say. Basically saying that Jenk's behavior was okay, it was justified. That is absolute bullshit, John. What I want to ask you is, what is your spectrum when it comes to airport security and talking to them? Okay, we're going to talk about the issue at hand. Okay, what is your on a spectrum? Okay, what is your on your spectrum? Where do you draw the line on where it's overboard, where it's just too much? When it comes to berating or being mean to airport security or airport personnel? Where do you draw the line when it comes to that? Now, you see what Jenk did, talking over the people that were talking to the staff, acting like a child. Now, you said that's acceptable. What's not acceptable, John?
What's not acceptable?
Yes, what's not acceptable when it comes to talking to airport staff? Let's talk about the conversation. Let's talk about the issue.
Yeah. Basically, what I had told you is I agreed with you in regards to him filming them. That's not acceptable. And another, reason that I would determine a situation like that to be unacceptable is if you didn't get a result out of it. You didn't. In his case, he did, get a result, and he even stated that, he was acknowledged by the airlines. He talked about that. And he basically had the results that he wanted to have, which was a plane to get, to where he was going. Now, I completely understand that, why he was kicked off the plane, because he was filming when he shouldn't have been fucking filming.
What excuse did he give his audience, though? What excuse did he give his audience? Because you're going to take his word. I take his word with a grain of salt. Now, you're going to take his words as being objectively, it's true, right? You're taking his words as being true because you do use some of his points in your videos, especially in the comment section. Now, how do we know he's being truthful when he lied about the reason why he was kicked off the plane, saying that the pilot kicked him off the plane, which was, of course, a false statement? So where do we draw the line on when it comes to researching and calling out the truth? Which AA made an official statement on the reason why he was kicked off.
I saw a specific video where he was talking about, the captain, basically allegedly kicked him off the plane because he somehow didn't feel comfortable with that. But the whole issue that he had with that was the fact that there was no captain anywhere. And this was something...
Exactly. So would you say that he was lying about that?
The staff were lying when they said the captain felt uncomfortable because there was no captain there to begin with.
Okay, and where's that evidence?
He didn't see the captain anywhere there. I didn't see.
No. You just said a staffer told him. A staffer told him. Okay, well, where's that evidence of the staffer telling him?
I'm pretty sure he has it with him. I don't know what.
John. I looked over those videos multiple times.
I did too, and that's why
there was none, John. There was no evidence of a staffer saying that he was kicked off the plane because of the pilot. You need to realize that, right?
He said that a captain was
He said, John, it doesn't mean it's true. And John, you never answered my first question.
What is the first question? Go ahead.
On a spectrum, saying being really, really nice, and on the other side of the spectrum, being incredibly mean, like getting in a fist fight with an AA member, okay? Where do you draw the line where it's acceptable to be mean to airport security or to the staff? Where would you draw the line? You claim that Jenk's attitude, the way he acted towards these people, was justified. I don't think it was. No way in hell it was justified. But where do you draw the line? What would be the minimum where you would say, hey man, that's out of line? So on the spectrum, what would you consider being mean to airport security or airport personnel? Would that be too extreme? Would that be the minimum on that spectrum, that you're going to punch somebody? Is that the minimum or is that the maximum? Is that the far side of the spectrum?
Can he answer?
I'm just explaining so he gets it because he didn't answer me the first time.
Where I draw the line is the fist fights. Nobody needs to be doing that stupid fucking shit. Plain and simple. But like I said,
So you think cursing, effing, saying you're an effing piece of shit, that where's my flight, talking over other people, other passengers talking to the airline You think that's appropriate? You can't be serious here.
People have a right to express their anger, and
they do, John. You're allowed to be angry.
Jank was doing
absolutely. You're absolutely, but no, that was too far, way too far. I mean, like, if people haven't seen that video and they think that's appropriate, oh my God, there's no fucking way, no way that's appropriate, no way. But John, you think it's appropriate for? Okay, well, I replied to you saying, well, go fuck off. Okay, that's nothing compared to what Jank did to airport security. But you have a problem with me talking to you like that. But it's okay for Jank to talk to an airport like that. That's where your hypocrisy lies. Right there, John. Right there.
He was yelling.
Listen, Kismu. This is, if you want to be here, it's between me and John. He has the problem with me. If anybody wants to talk after this, it's between me and John. Don't speak for him. Let him talk to me, please. He challenged me. He challenged me.
Fair enough.
Hold on.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Hold on a minute, Joe. Let me shut my window to my fucking room. It's raining outside. Hold on.
All right, go
ahead. All right, I'm back. Now, please repeat what you just said so I can address it.
Okay, let's say we have the spectrum. Okay. On one side of the spectrum, you're being really, really nice to people. Say at an airport, the staff. On the other side of the spectrum, okay, they're really mean. They're punching them. They're hitting them. I mean, like, they're almost killing a person, right? On that spectrum will be the minimum that you would say, hey, listen, man, this is too much, man. This guy's out of hand. He's 100% wrong. He shouldn't be doing this to airport security or to the staff.
Where I draw the line is physically harming somebody else.
So physically harming himself. So it's okay for you to just F and curse and be a racist to somebody and state racist slurs. That's okay? Would that be the minimum? Racist slurs or no?
What? How is he being racist?
I'm just putting it out there. I'm trying to find out where it is, where you are on the spectrum.
It's not okay being racist. I'm just saying, how was he being racist in the videos?
What I'm trying to do, John, is back up your point on the spectrum. Okay, you say fistfights and being physically violent. So I'm coming back a little bit and stating that we'll be less violent. We'll be calling somebody a racial slur. Would that be appropriate at an airport, John? If you heard somebody calling, and I'm going to put this out there, okay? What if somebody a white person went to a black person, you fucking nigger, how would you react to that, John? Would that be appropriate?
No, it wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay, now we're coming back to the spectrum a little bit, okay? So you think that's wrong, okay? So it's basically not physical violence. Now you're coming back a little bit. Now you're saying racial slurs.
It is physical violence. That's wrong, and it is being racist. That is wrong.
Okay, good. Now we're getting there. And you think it's okay to act the way Jank acted. I mean, like, did you see that video on my last video I posted on my channel? Where he was talking and yelling, where's the flight, where's the flight, where's the flight, where's the effing flight, where's this? And people are there talking to the staff saying, yo, dude, calm down, man. We're trying to talk to these people, dude. It's uncalled for. He's like, no, it's not uncalled for, because if we don't do it, we ain't going to get our way. He's a baby, dude. He thinks he has this self-entitlement that they should respect him and give him answers, which I'm sure they gave him answers, but he will not let people know what the answers are because we caught him lying on the reason why he was kicked off the plane. It was a political agenda. It was a political stunt. I'm sorry, these are facts. It's definitely what it was. Bernie's losing. He posted 4 personal videos on TYT Network about this shit. And on the last video for 4 minutes at the very end, it was a pro-Bernie speech. Really, I'm like, people can't really realize this shit. It's uncalled for. He was acting like a baby. That's what it is, John. And this is why we have a problem with your hypocrisy. Because you say it's okay to do it, you done it, but then when somebody like you gets upset because I say go fuck off, John, that's hypocrisy at its best. Plain and simple.
Let me tell you why I have a problem with what you just said. The reason why I had a problem with the way you acted towards me when I first entered this discussion is because of the fact that I didn't approach you that way. Okay? I didn't approach you, by calling you names or insulting you or telling you to fuck off in any way, I just wanted to have a discussion. But somehow, for some reason, I did not get that in return. And that's why I was angry about that.
Understandable, John. But John, did you listen to what I actually stated after I read my comment? And the reason why I made that comment was to trigger you in a response to be offended. And you did exactly what I thought you were going to do. You got offended by me telling you to go fuck off.
But
Just like what Jenk was doing at the airport.
Do you honestly
That behavior.
do you honestly see how dishonest that is, though?
John, I stated in my video the reason why. The reason why I said that.
But do you see how dishonest that little stunt you pulled was, though?
Go ahead. Please let me know how I'm dishonest. Go ahead, speak.
Because you were willing to sit here and use deceitful ways to get a reaction out of me. That is dishonest.
But it was justified. It was justified.
How can dishonesty, how can a lie, be a justifiable reason
to prove that you have a double standard? And I was correct, John.
No.
John, yes, John. You can't say no.
I'm not.
If you are a reasonable person, John, you cannot say no. You can't.
I'm a hypocrite here. I'm sorry. I disagree. And I already stated.
You're allowed to disagree, John. You can disagree, but you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I'm not a hypocrite. I don't have to, agree with everything fucking Sank says, because I actually agree when you say that he is a fucking crybaby about a lot of things.
John, you're straw manning. You're straw manning. We're not talking about who Jank is and why we hate him. We're talking about the issue. Where we both had a problem with.
We're talking about the issue.
Okay, well, don't straw man and say, well, we both hate Jank. I'm like, that's no justification on your part.
And when I approach you, with a certain amount of respect, I expect that to be, given to me as well, but it wasn't. Now, if I approached Sank with an issue, Jank, excuse me, with a issue that I had a problem with, that I would react in a totally different fucking way, because he is a dishonest individual about a lot of things. But when it comes to his reaction in that airport, I have to agree with him a little bit, because when people, ignore you, sometimes you have to use your anger, you have to use your voice to get people's attention. Now, if it was a political thing, I don't know. I didn't see that part of the fucking video. I have to admit, I didn't see that part of the video. I might go look on his channel to see it, just to see what you were talking about.
Well, John, this is why I state my videos, for people to do the research themselves before making an insane claim.
Because I have to say, all I saw was all I saw were the specific videos that he posted on his channel. But I'll have to go look and check out that video to see what he actually said.
Okay, good.
Say, John, please tell me how Joe deceived you. I don't know what happened there.
All right, please. I'm like, seriously, it's just me and you, John. Please, if you have to kick people, please, just between me and you. The people that are being quiet could stay. So it's your channel. You can do whatever you want, of course, but that's my recommendation if we're going to continue this conversation.
Yeah,
I'll be quiet if John wants that. That's no trouble. I'm sorry, John.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well,
don't push it, Junior. I mean that for shit.
John, seriously.
But like I said, the reason, and I'll specifically answer that question again. He intentionally, dishonestly, created this situation where he wanted a specific reaction out of me. And he did this intentionally. To me, that is dishonest, because
who are we talking about right now, me?
Because I was completely unaware of how he was approaching this discussion, and the fact that he wanted to intentionally be dishonest with me by creating a situation where he wanted a specific reaction from me. That is what I had.
John, this is victim complex 101 here, man.
No?
Yes, it is. Of course it is. I can say whatever I want to combat you, to see what you're going to reply to.
Why you can?
I post it. I have all the right to do so, John. Stop.
And I have the right
John, I don't have to.
I have the right to say everything I've said about you, Joe.
Dude.
I hope you get
seriously, really?
so much, Joe. All you do is lie. All you do is lie.
Yeah, I'm lying here right now. Kiss me off, please.
Blue.
You just admitted to it. Fuck off.
10 seconds.
Blue. Hold on, Blue. Let me finish the conversation, and then you can come.
Listen,
chat,
John,
okay?
what I'm saying to you, which I lost my train of thought, of course, is continue, because I lost my train of thought on that. So okay.
No, but that's basically how I felt about the situation. I felt that it was dishonest because it was created in a deceitful way to get a specific reaction out of me.
John, so I got to get your approval on when I'm going to reply to your comment. So I got to get your approval prior to posting it. I'm like, how insane is that?
No, you don't have to get an approval.
John, I can do whatever I want. You don't have to reply, John.
You don't have to
comment. If I make a comment, John, you have the ability to not reply to my comments.
Yeah.
Okay? It's for you to think about what I'm trying to get at in my comment. You say, why is Joe saying this? We were always pleasant to each other in the past. Why is Joe acting like this? And I got the reply I got. John, I'm like, it is what it is, John.
I'm gonna tell you here now, Joe, that you have every right to reply to anything that I say. I'm not trying to stop you. But one thing that I am not going to do is dishonestly create a situation where I want to get a specific reaction out of you. That is not me. I want an actual, honest approach to the discussion at hand. I don't want any deceitful ways taking place. I don't want any of that nonsense.
John, we were being honest. We were being honest.
By creating a deceitful way to get a specific reaction.
John, it wasn't deceitful.
Yes, it was.
Okay, and maybe in your eyes, but John, I got the response. Now you're trying to retract. You're trying to strawman the conversation, saying, "Hey, listen, Joe. Okay, you have the right to make comments. I have the right to reply or not, but you were wrong. You were deceitful in your response to me." I'm like, how insane is that, John? Think about that.
Your approach to the conversation was deceitful with that comment. You yourself specifically stated that you did that on purpose to get a certain reaction out of you.
And that's wrong, John. That's wrong. Like, nobody does this. Nobody does this in the world. Nobody tries to, if you want to say, bait somebody into a response that you think they're going to have. There's nothing wrong with that, John. That's not lying. That's not lying.
It is to me. It really is, because
you're moving the goalpost, John. That's exactly.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not asking you to prove anything. I'm not moving the goalpost on anything. I'm just
John, you're moving the goalpost on the issue. I'm like, John. I'm like, seriously. Let me get this out there. You could do whatever you want, but I think what would be appropriate for you, and I'm telling you right now, you're not looking good right now. The thing you should do, in my perspective, not saying I'm right or wrong, I think you should really sit back, evaluate the information, evaluate my video again, look at the comments, and realize that why I called you out was because you're a hypocrite on the issue, on the comments. This was exactly what I was exposing, because you don't have a problem with Jank doing what he did, but you have a problem with me, the way I talk to you. I'm like, this is the whole. This is it, John, right here. This is exactly the problem I have.
And I specifically stated again why I had a problem with the way that you approached the discussion. You know, because I wouldn't approach you that way, and that's the whole problem that I have.
Listen, John, I owe no allegiance to no one on the internet. I really don't. So if I'm going to call him out for being disingenuous and quote mining somebody, especially on my video comments, and not giving, yes, it absolutely was, because you're not giving people the context of the whole entire thread, John. That is quote mining. That's when you take a piece of information and spew it like it's some kind of piece of hate mail. John, that's being disingenuous. That is the definition of quote mining.
No, it's not quote mining.
John, go do me a favor. Go look up quote mining and read the definition, please. Now, go ahead.
It wasn't quote mining, Joe.
I'm making a request. Okay, I'll read it then.
That comment was a specific insult to me, and I chose to basically air it out into the open for everybody to see.
So you insulting people at an airlines, that's okay? That's justifiable, though, right? You can't see the double standard there.
Where I don't see a double standard. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't see the double standard at all. And where I see a double standard with you is when you claim, that you're rational, you claim that you're a champion of reason, and you may not say those words directly, but, your attitude suggests these things. But yet when someone disagrees with you on a great number of things, the complete opposite happens. I have seen this in a lot of conversations that you have had with a lot of people, Joe.
John, this ain't about me. This ain't the ad hominem fucking.
It is about you.
No, it's not, John. It's about the conversation. That's the reason why I would come on. That's it, John. If you don't like me and people don't like me, don't sit here and promote some kind of ad hominem attacks on me to try to justify your claim. Come on, John. You should know better than that. If we're going to have an honest discussion on the issue, let's have it. which we are having. And I appreciate the people on the panel not chiming in. I really do appreciate it. I seriously do. Thank you.
But, you know, we are going to come to a disagreement. But the thing is, I'm not going to sit here and call you names and shit like that when I have an intention of having an honest discussion with you, you know, and that's not coming my way, and that's what I have a problem with.
Correct. And on this issue, Jank wasn't being reasonable with the staff at American Airlines. And when he was justified in his claims and being belligerent and fucking hounding these people and acting like a child. I'm like, geez, if anybody watched that video that was not on any of the videos that was posted on TYT, I made a video about it. You can go research it. They never posted it because it shows his true colors. It shows his true colors, and that's absolutely that's horrible. Okay, some of the things he did state in his video, okay, it's okay. He was recording himself. He was a little upset. The nice side of Jank on the issue that they post on TYT. But then when you see the other side that's not posted, that tells you a whole different fucking story. And this is the problem I have with people that are not looking at that. It's either they have some confirmation bias because they like Jank and they like TYT. Okay, I do like some of their videos on TYT. I just don't like Jank and Anna. I mean, like, if people can't see what they're about, okay, again, I'm not going to try to sway off topic here, but it's just bullshit. This is the person Jank is.
And, you know, when it comes to this two situations that were mentioned in this discussion, you have to realize that these are two entirely different situations, because obviously I hold you to a higher standard when it comes to a discussion than I do Jank. All right?
Oh, please don't.
So when I want to have an honest discussion, I expect to have, you know, the feelings, you know, returned to me, but I didn't in this situation, and that's what started all of this.
John, we were having an honest discussion. I'm like, anybody could look at that thread.
By calling me names and telling me to shut the fuck up and all of this, that's not honest.
John, go read the conversation.
By threatening to kick my ass and make me shit in a fucking bag for the rest of my life, that's not honest.
Okay, John, this is called an insult. It's the internet. It's not like the guy came to your house and told you this in your face. It's not like what Jank did in front of the fucking people and just being a total fucking asshole. Now, if this arbiter reason knew you and came to your house and did this and videotaped it, holy shit, yeah, I would have a huge problem with it. I would agree with you 100%. I would back you. But he didn't. It's the internet. What you're doing right now, John, is a typical Anidia Sarkeesian narrative. I'm like, yeah, because she gets so upset because people are mean to her, and she wants to, stop free expression and all this shit. And this is what she does. And you're so upset because somebody said mean words, John. I'm like, Jesus Christ, John, I deal with this on a daily basis on my videos. Go look at my videos. How many people say hurtful things? John, I've received death threats. Do I go ahead and start making videos about it? No, I don't, John. I don't. Because that's a rational thing to do. I mean, to take somebody's comment out and not give them context is just absolute bullshit.
You believe that you want to expose the idiocy, why not do that? Why not stick to your guns and expose what these individuals do? Why not?
Because it's the internet, John. I don't take people's words seriously, especially when they're acting like that. When they act like that, I don't take them serious, John. I don't. I shrug it off. Grain of salt, whatever. It happens every day. We've all dealt with that. Everyone on this panel, if you have a YouTube channel, I guarantee you dealt with a person that you would deem bullying you. Kazumi, I know you fucking dealt with it, right? So.
I'm kind of in a typing thing on the side.
Oh, sorry about that, man. Sorry.
But, you know, with me, I take life seriously because we only have one. And when I want to sit here and have a discussion with someone about something that is important to me or that I disagree with someone on, you know, I expect for someone to sit down and have an actual discussion with me without the insults, without the bullshit, without the rhetoric. You know, there's a time and place for that now. I don't really care if people insult me to they're literally blue in the fucking face on my channel, you know, in the comment sections. I don't care. You know, I'm not going to censor them. I don't believe in that bullshit.
But are you going to make a video about every comment that somebody's mean to you? Like when somebody replies to you and seems angry, are you going to make a video about every single comment, John? Or did you have some kind of bias towards me that you felt it was appropriate to grab one of my comments and make a video about it? Let's be honest here. Come on.
Actually, that comment didn't have anything to do with you. You're the one that chose to make a video about me making a video about that comment.
John, go look at your comments. I'm looking at them right now. I see low life got around, such as life. I mean, like, there's like 5 comments here about me. How did they know that, John?
I looked at those comments and I saw them there.
Okay, John. Well, that's what I'm saying. You took one of my comments where somebody was being mean to you, and you made a video about it. Now, John, what I want you to do is, do you make videos? Do you make videos about every angry comment that's on your channel, or no?
Actually, I do. Every comment that I get, you know, that's why I call it the hate mail series.
Okay, on your channel, right?
Yeah, on my channel, I do that.
On your channel, okay. Just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Yeah, a lot of people do it.
Okay, good.
It shouldn't be.
So why don't you go on everybody else's channel that you comment on that are mean to you and make comments and make videos about that?
So repeat that. I didn't understand what you said.
I said, so you comment on other people's videos.
Yes.
When people are mean to you, why don't you take those comments and make videos about them?
I'm going to start doing that now.
Good, beautiful, do it. But do me a favor in the future, don't take people's, you know, the comment thread out of context, man. I mean, provide all the information, man.
I wasn't addressing the thread. I was addressing that specific comment that was made towards me.
But John, I exposed your hypocrisy. I'm like, this is what I did, and now you're not happy about it.
Because our situation and Jank's situation are entirely 2 different situations. They're 2 different venues. And like I said before, you know.
That's not what you stated in the comments, John. You said that you had a similar situation in Jank. Of course, they're going to be different. But you proved it. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying it now where it needs to be said. These 2 things are entirely 2 different situations. And like I said earlier, I actually held you to a higher standard when it comes to having an actual discussion compared to Jake. Okay?
John, I don't care where you hold me. It's about the conversation.
Exactly.
I don't care where you hold me on the totem pole of, you know, respect. I really don't care. I mean, it's about the conversation. If we're gonna have a conversation about something, it's no holds bar, man. I mean, that's what it boils down to. When am I supposed to kiss your ass because, you know, we've been friendly in the past?
No, I don't expect.
No, I need to call you out, John.
I don't expect you to kiss my ass.
Okay.
I don't expect you to kiss anybody else's ass, for that matter. You know, I don't expect you to do any of that.
Well, what are you applying then that I, you know?
I expect you to come towards me with an honest discussion like I want to have, instead of basically telling me to fuck off and that I'm wrong, or I'm a regressive leftist, or I'm this, or I'm that, or I'm a PC liberal fag. Come on, man.
John, there you go again. You're throwing.
You called me before.
John, that's before, John. We're talking about the conversation here. Stop strawman it. Just talk about the conversation. We had a peaceful conversation, even though I said for you to go fuck off because I want to see your reaction. I got the reaction I knew I was going to get. So, John, after that, did the people that comment, did they have a serious conversation with you? Did they, John? Let's look at all the comments, especially the comments I posted in the video, which was all of them. Were people telling you why you were wrong, John, and the reasons why you were wrong? They were, John. We were having a serious discussion. So for you to sit here and just pinpoint and cherry pick people's being nasty to you, or you seem that, or you portrayed that it was nasty. You know, these insults. This is what you're addressing. That's the only thing you're addressing.
Well, and there was another
conversation, John.
There was another comment that was left on my channel by Arbiter of Reason that said he would basically kick my fucking fat ass in 5 seconds. How is that rational? How is that being an arbiter of reason?
He's his own man, dude. He can do whatever he wants. But when he talks about certain issues, all right, social issues, topics, he pretty much hits the nail on the head. I read all my comments, actually, I do. I don't reply to them all, but I know who he is. I know he is. He's a pretty rational guy. He really is. But you know what? He's the type of person that when people lie, he doesn't deal with any bullshit, man.
Well,
he really doesn't, because people like him and me and others out there, we're calling people out, and if we insult them, oh well, grow thick skin, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's the internet. It's not like we're coming to your house and we're, you know, we want to beat you up, John. I mean, really, how many threats happen every fucking day on the internet? I don't take any of them serious, man. Come on.
You know, I just, you know, I ain't gonna put up with it anymore. I'm gonna turn into a very fucking ugly person.
And you have the right to do so, John. You can do whatever you want.
Wow.
What did you have to say, Kazoo?
I just wanted to say, insults on the internet should probably be taken with a grain of salt. However, I do need to say that I do need to ask, why try to incite someone to have an extreme emotional reaction if you're wanting a rational discussion? It doesn't make sense to try to bait someone.
That's two different questions there. I mean, the answer to your first question is, if we're trying to be rational with the person and they're just not getting it, okay? Like in this conversation, insults will happen. People do it. Now, what's the second part of your question? Because they were really not.
If someone is trying to have a rational discussion, what is the point in baiting someone so they will have an emotional reaction? That's not promoting a rational discussion. That's promoting drama.
Okay, well, no. Your second part there is, I'm not trying to get an emotional reaction out of somebody. I'm trying to get them to expose their double standard, which I knew John was going to do, which he did provide. Okay, so it wasn't emotional. I wasn't getting John. I wasn't trying to make John emotional, even though he is. I really don't give a fuck if you were emotional, John. To be honest with you, it's about speaking truth. It's about exposing double standards, hypocrisy.
But
that's what all you guys do to Christianity. You guys all do it.
But if you can't get the other person to see their hypocrisy, and all it does is make them angry, and you receive this kind of reaction over and over again, why keep using that method?
Kazumi, maybe they realize that they're fucking wrong and won't admit it, and that's why they get angry. How about that? You ever think about that? That's usually the reaction you'll get. That's the reaction you're usually going to get. This is fact. It happens. And John is a prime example of this.
I see a lot of double standard here with you.
Okay, and examples, please?
At the moment, I just came back into the conversation, but you say that somebody gets mad at an airlines, which I agree with you. You shouldn't have done there. That's a bad place to do it. And then you deliberately get somebody else pissed off, but now that's okay because I guess it's not in the airlines or at the airport.
Because I proposed the question, I was trying to get a reaction out of him.
Yeah, but you got a reaction.
Propose his double standard because I knew he was going to have one.
Because he's human. Okay, so we all have double standards.
It's human emotions. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but
we all have double standards then. So
it's not a double standard. Wow. It's really not a double standard. Any more double standards you want to
present? When I hear something, I'll chime in.
If you think that Jenk's behavior was inappropriate, why would you do something that in your mind is emulating the same behavior as Jenk's?
Yes.
In what way? Where did I go in public and start being belligerent to
the way that you've argued this? You're saying that
arguing. I think I'm being rational here, really rational.
Argument
I'm not being angry. I'm not being mean to anybody.
Argument does not necessarily mean yelling.
Okay, so what are we going to have our little quiet? Okay, go in your little quiet space and sit in a corner there.
I didn't say that.
You can't be insulted. Really?
Did I say that?
This is part of the SJW PC culture that we're dealing with. Because you can't. You get offended because somebody insults you. Really? Oh my God.
We're not dealing with any other culture, but the few people who are here.
We're trying to point out there's a double standard that you're having, Joe. There's a double standard that you're having here. And then you're saying that other people have double standards.
Explain the double standard again. Let's be clear on my double standard.
Okay.
Okay.
Earlier in the discussion, you were saying that the reason why you wanted to say something to get that reaction so you could see what you consider John's double standard, you used a double standard yourself, in the sense of you think that what Jenk did was wrong, and it indeed was wrong, acting like that, right? But then you turn around in the discussion and act in a way to try to get an emotional response out of John by being mean by saying these things that are just as inappropriate?
Kazumi, that's a false equivalence. You can't equate one to the other.
Oh my goodness!
You can't
that
equate.
shit, man. No, don't give me that shit, man. No, you're gonna take every.
I'm gonna explain.
Every time there's some
Kazumi,
sort of.
if you're gonna make the claim, let me finish, please. Thank you. It's a false equivalence, and I'm gonna provide why. We're on the internet. I say go fuck off. I'm not in his face. I'm not telling him, where's my fucking flight? Where's my flight? Where's my flight? My fucking flight. This is bullshit. You're fucking lying to me. And berating and fucking being belligerent to people in their face while they're there, where he can incite a riot and made the situation worse. Okay? For me to say to John, go fuck off, fucking really, you're gonna make that equation? You're gonna say that's equivalent? Get the hell out of here, man.
You're the one that earlier in this discussion, maybe I'll have to go back and look at this video and call you out when you were using this as an argument earlier against other people. You were using it as a method to say other people were using double standards, and now the only way that I could do it is if I go watch the video, take clips of it, and make my own video against what you're saying, because you can't even remember what the fuck you said.
Oh, yes, I do remember. Kazumi, let me ask you this. Answer this honestly. What I stated, where I picked out John's hypocrisy, am I right or wrong? Did he have a double standard? Yes or no?
A double standard in what part? Explain
that
this
he
part.
agreed with the way the way he acted to the airline staff, okay? And then when I told him to go fuck off, that's all I said. John goes, why would you talk to me like that? That's a double standard. That indeed is.
But isn't it just as much of a double standard for you to be angry at what Cenk did, but then you're going to treat someone poorly yourself? I know it's not as extreme.
Okay,
but
good.
It's still treating someone poorly for no reason.
Then you're admitting it is a false equivalence. Thank you.
See, that is not a false equivalent. See, you set things up so nobody can have any arguments against you, because you'll bring out, oh, it's a this fallacy. Let me name this fallacy, this fallacy. No matter what someone says against you, oh, it's a blah 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 fallacy.
But at least I explain why. It's the why I explain.
But you still, it's not a false equivalency to say that you were being mean and Cenk was being mean. Both of you were being mean. Whether the situation is exactly the same doesn't make any fucking difference. What matters is you both were being mean for no apparent reason.
Hey, Kazumi, go fuck off. Okay, how do you take that? Is that me being mean? Am I being mean to you?
I don't take those phrases the same as a number of other people do.
Now,
I don't get offended.
Now go work for the airline, American Airlines, and have Cenk talk to you the way he talked to airline staffers. How would you take that?
I would take it as someone could potentially be going off the deep end, and maybe we need to call someone to keep this person from doing something extreme.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You proved my point. Appreciate it.
Now, look, from the beginning, I have agreed with what you have said about Cenk. From the very beginning, I've agreed with that. Okay, that's. Let me be clear about that. You know, as soon as I saw the footage of what he did, I'm like, oh, that's fucked up. So, you know.
I think we can all agree Cenk's a fucking idiot.
Well, he is. So he is.
We can agree there, of course. But
yes.
You know, it is what it is. No, guys, I appreciate the conversation, guys, and don't take it as me being mean. I just like to have intellectual discourse and talk about issues and talk it out, and that's what it is for me. So I appreciate having me. Any last questions, real quick, or?
Well,
I gotta go to bed.
I'd like to say something real quick.
I
guess I'm the only person in the room that agrees with Joe. I saw the clip of Cenk at the airport, or Cenk, whatever his fucking name is. I've been in airports before. I've been delayed. If you've ever been to San Francisco airport, yeah.
I was 3 years ago,
4 hours.
Yeah. Yep.
Atlanta, any airport. You know, there's always fucking delays. You know, tough. It sucks to be you sometimes. You know, they don't do it on purpose. They don't hide things. You know, I think Cenk did it I don't know, a fucking clip so he could, you know, go off, you know, about how anti-Muslim people are or some shit. I don't know, but I just think the whole thing was a joke from the beginning.
I agree too. Yeah.
And I want to add something really quickly here, Joe, before you decide to go.
Sure.
I don't necessarily think that, you know, that people out there on YouTube have, how do I say it, have a problem with you. I think that they have a problem with the way that you approach discussions. And
it's his style.
It used to not be your style, though. What changed?
Sure it is.
Well, no, it's always been my style, actually, to be honest with you.
I remember a time when you weren't like that.
No, what it boils down, and I stated this in the beginning, I'll tell you exactly why, is, and I'll expand on this a little bit further if you want me to, because I got to get out of here soon. I got to get to bed. I wake up at 5. Yeah, the reason is that, you know, I started this YouTube channel in 2010, 2010, and I talked about Christianity a lot, you know, because I dealt with it personally in my life. And right now, and I've noticed this in the YouTube community, and many of you probably have noticed, is that ever since they legalized same-sex marriage, which, of course, I was proponent for, I always talked about it and called out the Christians on it for their insanity on it. Ever since then, it just seems like there's not really much to talk about when it comes to Christianity. I'm like, you could regurgitate the same information about it, you know what I mean? About, you know, them hating gays and this and that. But I started looking abroad, and what made my decision on changing my view on certain topics and addressing new social issues, or new issues to me on social issues, was the Ben Affleck and, you know, Sam Harrison Bill Maher debacle. And that changed my perspective, and I started looking into it. I looked into it. I noticed other YouTubers start talking about it, and that was like the big topic back then, last year. And you know, I thought about it. I was like, you know what? I want to address Islam. I want to look into it. I researched it. I watched, you know, channels like Political Islam, and I've, you know, interviewed an ex-Muslim. And this is the thing I like now. So what happened to me is I see people now talking about it, and what's coming down, what it's boiled down to, especially TRT. You see this a Muslim apologist or apologetics going on. You know what I mean? And they think you're staying on, and you're trying to pick out the nasty parts of Islam, okay, which is majority of it, I guess. But then what happened is you divide your demographic on your channel, okay? People are like, oh, no, not all. No, I'm not saying all. And you get this, and I'll say it, regressive leftist attitude, which has been dubbed regressive left now. You know, take it for what it's worth. If you don't like that term, so what? So be it, I should say. But this is where I start getting people not liking me for what I had to say. And then I'm making video responses to people's videos, and then they don't like me. I'm not making a video because I hate them. I'm making them because I want to debunk their claims. And I have done that. And I've been telling people, if you have a problem with what I had to say in my video, make a video response. Let's have it. Let's have a discussion on it. But you know what? Not one video. Anybody I challenged recently has never made a video response to me. I would love it. Not saying I'm right. I just want to have a conversation about it. And this is why some people, dislike me now, because I'm talking about issues like that.
Well, I'm curious. Would you mind if I'm able to find this, and I may be totally wrong in my recollection of how you used to be, and I don't know whether you have your old videos still up. Do you still keep your old videos up?
Oh, yeah, all of them are up. I got like 300 videos. Yeah, they're all up.
Okay, great. Would you mind if I made comparisons to the way you argued then about those subjects to the way that you argue now in current subjects?
Absolutely, you're more than welcome to. But what I will add, so you can ponder, is that the way I acted back then was what our community agreed with, you know, on certain issues when it came to Christianity. Now it's the opposite. I'm splitting the demographic, you know, on my channel when it comes to, say, crime rates or Black Lives Matter or Islam, you know, SJWs, PC culture, this shit. You divide that demographic. Me and Steve Shives used to be good friends. We used to talk, and I used to have him on the show. And you know, he went off the deep end. You know, he's a Muslim apologist, and of course the feminist stuff. You know, which I really don't get into too much because I don't know too much about it. Okay, I'll be honest with that. But yeah, when it comes to Islam, yeah, I made a couple of videos about him. What'd he do? Well, he banned me. He took me off the thing, and I'm just like, okay, that's fine. He doesn't want to have any kind of discussion. That didn't bother me. Whatever, dude. Whatever he wants to do, that's fine. But that's the reason why. And that's an example why people you know, one person that doesn't like me or my views on certain social issues because it contradicts what they're saying or disagrees with they have or their side of the situation, I should say. And that's what it boils down to now on my channel. And hey, listen, if people don't like me because of it and I call them out, I don't know what to tell you, man. Make a video. Let's have a discussion like we're having now. I'm up for that. I really am up for that. People know I'm up for that. And I'm actually going to be interviewing another ex-Muslim this weekend, and I'm going to be interviewing Bill Warren, which runs a website. He's an amazing guy, very knowledgeable in Islam. Bill Warren from Political Islam site. And this guy travels around the world and does all these speeches. And he's a really awesome guy. He's an atheist, too.
Yeah, speaking of Islam,
he's a really cool guy.
I'll get to you here in a second, Paul. Speaking of Islam, I have this woman, I guess. I don't know how she's getting internet. Do they have internet in Iraq? Joe, do you know?
Yeah, but it's spotty. So the guy I'm talking to this weekend, he lives in what's the country he lives in? I think it's Saudi Arabia. I'm not 100% sure, but you'll see it this week. I'm going to host a live show on it. And I went to have him on 2 Saturdays ago, but it was like 10 o'clock my time, which was, I don't know, 4 or 5 in the morning there for him. And he said, you know, my internet's going out any minute. It goes down for like 6-7 hours during the night and early in the morning. So they do have spotty internet. So I don't know how it is in Iraq or Iran.
Because I have this woman that is from Iraq. She's an ex-Muslim. She's subscribed to me, and she was appreciating the fact that I was basically starting to talk about Islam a lot more on my channel because she thinks,
I noticed that,
yeah, she thinks that it's appropriate and that I should continue with it, and I am going to continue with that because, you know, it's bad. It's a bad religion, and I think it is the most barbaric religion that we do actually have. You know, and it's something that does need to be worried about.
Yeah, it does, you know, especially the Muslim migration that's going on in the EU. I'm like, that is just, I mean, like, seriously, anybody go research that stuff. Holy shit, man. It's just, it's really amazing. And people in America are just like, well, I'm comfortable here. It's not going to happen here. But guess what? It's going to happen here because we're expecting 100,000 more refugees by 2017. So, not saying it's going to be like Europe, but we're going to be, it's going to be a problem, put it that way. So, yeah. And it's something we need to address. So,
and see, this is
only 1% or less less than 1% of the U.S. population now, and 7% in France, and I think 5.8 in England, UK now. So yeah, I mean, like, it's going to look at it over there. It's pretty bad, man. It's pretty sad. You can't even walk down the street at night in some of these.
Yeah. And see, you know, despite the fact that you and I may disagree on this, what I really appreciated, though, Joe, is the fact that this conversation ended up, you know, being a good conversation here in the end before you left. You know, that's the ultimate goal that I wanted to reach.
John, I really am like this when we have conversation like this. I really, really am. I mean, like, it might be some kind of showmanship that I have on my channel at points where I seem like I'm getting angry or upset and I'm being really straightforward. It is somewhat showmanship. I'm like, everybody does it. Everybody does it. So, you know, take it for what it is. It's, you know, I just like calling people out that I feel are lying. You know, and that's what it boils down. And if people think I'm lying, go ahead and do it. Do it, and I'll make a video response and I'll explain myself. That's fine. I have no problem with that. And that's what's part of the intellectual discussion I want to have with people. I want to talk about these issues. I want to talk about why do you disagree with this? Why do you agree with that? Or just why are you on the fence? Let's talk about it. Again, I don't have all the answers, but what I've researched, it seems either plausible or true. And that's what it boils down to, I think. I mean, that's just my own perspective, of course.
So Paul, what did you want to say really quickly before?
Well, not to start anything, but, you know, if Joe Blow on the street starts cussing at me, you know, whatever. But if it's a friend starts cussing at me, I take it a little bit differently.
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the problems maybe Quiet had with it. It was much more personal than this anybody off the street. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that point of view, Paul, but you need to understand that me and you know, John here had disagreements in the past.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, and you know, it's not like we were hunky dory. It's not like I go visit him on vacation or Thanksgiving with him.
Nobody.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like I ask him out on a date or whatever. You know what I mean? You know, a friendship date. But I'm just saying, you know, it's not like different.
Joe, would you say that in time and as time has went on, you've gotten a little more jaded and cynical?
I don't know if I could really answer that, to be honest with you.
Because that's something that I've kind of noticed out of this, and that's somewhat what I was talking about.
I don't know. I got
witnessing the change.
Yeah.
And it's not anything against you, because if you are indeed receiving a lot more negativity from people because you're, as you said, splitting the demographic, it would make sense. It logically would make sense that you would become a little more jaded, a little bit more cynical, because you're so used to now having to deal with people that are hating on you, just because you've said something that's unpopular with more people than
No,
before.
that's not the issue. I'm not bored with anything I have to say or anything like that. I mean, like, I do have a lot to say, so I wouldn't say I was jaded, but no, I do have a lot to say on certain issues. But it's the people that are offended by what I have to say. That's the issue, is people get offended. And boo-hoo, I'm sorry if you're offended. If you're offended, then let's have a little discussion like we're having now, or make a video response. You know what I mean? I really don't like comments too much because I work 60 hours a week. I do read them all, but it's hard for me to take time and go through all my comments and reply to them. I do reply to some of them, and it's usually within the first hour my video is up, because usually I'm watching responses and comments, and you'll see my first few comments on any of my videos. I usually chat with people just a little bit, but after that, man, it's hard for me to really go back and read 100 or 200 comments and try to really reply to them. If I see something that sticks out, yeah, I'll reply to it. But other than that, it's just, a lot of comments are very similar. So.
Yeah, and I see a lot of bigger YouTubers, pursue that type of approach where they won't basically address any of the comments because, again, there's so fucking many of them.
It's hard, it really is, man.
Especially with these bigger YouTubers that have 1 million subscribers. Who the fuck is going to sit through a plethora of fucking comments and address every single fucking one of them?
Oh, no, dude, no way. I had a discussion, I think, a couple years ago about John about the same exact issue, and he's like, dude, there's no way. He does the same thing I do. He goes, I might watch him for 15, 20 minutes, and there's like 300, because there's no way. Because, he usually just scans through them and makes a comment here or there when he has a chance. But, yeah, I'm like, something like that. I can't even imagine having that many freaking subscribers, man. Try to reply to him. I'm like, that'd be crazy, dude.
You'd be there at least for 2 or 3 days trying to address a few thousand.
I know, really, right? That's crazy, dude. But yeah, I'm like, this is how I am in Hangouts. This is the way I act. This is not any showmanship here. I like to talk and have I guess a rational discourse on certain issues, and this, I think that's what we had. I think that's what we had tonight. So I appreciate it.
And again, Live Life Before You Go. I want to put emphasis on the fact that this was what I actually wanted. And thank you for coming here and ultimately having a good discussion. And I really appreciate that.
No, and I do appreciate people on the panel.
Now you guys,
just being quiet while we're
do that hug thing now. Come on, do that hug thing.
The virtual hug.
Kissy.
I can't reach through a fucking screen, damn it.
Kissy.
No, don't kiss people.
Kissy.
Oh, that's funny. All right, guys.
Joe, I gotta tell you, I like your no holds barred approach, man. So
thank you,
keep doing what you're doing, man.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the kind words. I do appreciate it. All right, guys, be good, and I'll talk to you guys again, I guess. John, invite me whenever you want if you have a problem with me again, okay? No, I'm just kidding. All right, hit me up next
I can tell all my friends that I talk to Live Life, man.
Oh, jeez. Please. Oh, my God.
I'm going to barf.
Now I'm going to hear the
He's a celebrity.
Patrick, you going to go throw a fucking party now?
No, please, no. Oh, my God.
I'm having a party right now, man. It's not very often celebrities are in my living room.
Hey, as long as it's not in your pants, man, I'm okay. That's cool.
Hey.
It's only killers in your pants.
We're all from the torso down, so.
All right, guys. Thanks very much. See you, John. See you guys. Thank you very much.
All right. See you later.
Take care, guys. Be good.
Hey, Joe.
So, what is everybody else up to? I'm glad I actually got this out of the way. Now I feel a lot better now that this discussion took place. I did have a moderator.
Well, that's good.
I did have a moderator ready to go for this specific situation. This was basically impromptu. I didn't expect him to want to come in right away, but that's okay too. We got this handled. Despite the fact that we are going to disagree still, but it was still ultimately handled the way I wanted it to be handled. And I am satisfied, even though we still disagree.
Now, where do you disagree? Do you truly think that Cenk was? I just want to get what your actual position is.
No.
Do you think that Cenk was appropriate in the way that he acted?
I felt when it came to his anger, because I felt personally that he was justified in regards to expressing his anger. Now, you know, does he have a right to assault people, or does he have a right to call people nigger this, wetback this, that? No. That's where a line must be drawn, okay, when it comes to assault or when it comes to like that. And that's, you know, but when it comes to people, you know, expressing their anger, like I've said before, sometimes people have to get angry to get people's attention. You know.
Okay, let's say there's
I've never understood how a bunch of people at an airport getting angry makes things any better, or gets an airplane to the tarmac any faster, or gets a jet off the fucking tarmac any faster. I've never understood why people screaming and hollering seem to think that that's going to solve something. I mean, it's okay to be angry. But when you start throwing fits and shit in a fucking airport, all you do is make yourself look like an idiot.
You know, and I'm sure that there are people out there that will probably interpret it that way, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine with me.
Well, I do.
You know,
well, okay,
that's fine.
what about, like, if there's a McDonald's?
Yeah.
Someone's order is wrong, and they start screaming at the employees the same way that Cenk was screaming at the airport employees.
I think, you know, like I said, it boils down to the same exact thing I said earlier. You know, people are allowed to express their anger within reason. I personally think, you know, that Cenk expressing his anger in that situation compared to the McDonald's situation, you know, would be, you know, in a lot of ways completely justifiable. But again, where I draw the line is where there are insults and all of this other bullshit, you know, and assault, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And that's where I draw the line.
And what did he think? What did he think he was gonna like? Even without the insults and things like that, what did he think he was actually going to do? You know, make everything happen faster?
I honestly don't know.
For some strange reason,
I honestly don't know what he. You know, I honestly.
That's why right off the bat I was like, I just want to tell the Cenk to shut the fuck up. You're in an airport. Shit happens every fucking day.
Yeah.
You know, get over it. You know, your flight will be there when it gets there. Sometimes they're late. Don't be a dick.
What would happen, John, if Cenk would have been thrown in jail for what he did there? If police would have come in there and he would have been thrown in jail, would you have been for or against that action being brought against him?
If he were to have been thrown in jail, you know, by the law, of course, I, you know, can understand how, you know, they would conclude that he would be thrown in jail for that reason. But still, I would think that he would, you know, be justifiably correct in regards to expressing his anger, despite the fact that it is against the law, you know, disturbing the peace, if you will. You know, I still would think that it was appropriate for him to express his anger, despite the fact that it is against the law, you know.
How about him recording the employees, which is also supposed to be illegal?
He didn't have to do that. He shouldn't have never done that in the fucking first place. You know,
okay.
Because when you put someone else's likeness on blast for everybody to see online, you know, without their consent like that, that is a totally different fucking ball game, and he was an asshole for doing that. If I'm in the public somewhere and someone's filming me, you know, and wants to put the video in the public for everybody to see on the fucking internet without my consent, then I have a fucking problem with that. So I can understand.
Well, doesn't that depend on whether it's in a public place or at a business, or somewhere like an airport? Because an airport is going to have different rules than if you're just walking down the street in a city.
Well, yeah, I can completely understand that, you know. But when it comes to American Airlines, they had, you know, what do they call it? Specific rules, I guess, that were against, you know, people filming them, especially the staff and the supervisors. And Cenk took it upon himself to disobey those rules when he recorded them and their likeness and put it out there in the public. And that is why I think he actually got kicked off the plane, I believe. I totally agree.
That and the way he was acting.
Yes. I totally agree with the fact that he was kicked off of the fucking plane, you know, recording those people, because he had no business doing that. He wanted to just, you know, immaturely put them on blast in front of all of his subscribers on his fucking channel, you know, without their consent. And I thought that was wrong. You know, those people do have expectations of privacy, even if it's in a public place of their employment, you know, that must be respected. But where Cenk was wrong is he did not have any, Cenk, he did not have any respect for these individuals' privacy when he took it upon himself to record them. And I do have a problem with that.
Looks like Patrick wants to say something, but I'm not. It was like you're something just at the tip of your tongue.
Go ahead, secular law.
Yeah, I don't understand why this is even a discussion. I mean, like I said, I've been at airports. You know, I've been in layovers. I've been bumped from a flight. I was pissed. Right? I went up. I said, why was I bumped? You know, and they told me. Right? I was upset, but there's not a whole lot you can do about it. You know what I mean? People are upset and pissed off at the airport all the time. You know, that doesn't give you the right to like go out and be a complete dick. You know, and I think Cenk's whole fucking idea was, I mean, this whole filming thing. I think he was baiting. You know, y'all were using that word earlier, baiting. I think it was baiting shit for a fucking segment on his goddamn show about how people are against Muslims, and this is, you know. So I think the whole fucking stunt was a joke to begin with, you know, that backfired on this stupid ass, you know. And I don't understand why anybody could even semi-fucking defend him, you know, because he didn't go in there with good intentions, you know. And if you think he did, oh, I was just, you know, in there and I was upset and then I decided to turn on my camera, he doesn't operate like that, you know.
Again, I wanted to talk about something that was talked about earlier when I was talking to Live Life about this situation involving the airport and our personal interaction. I actually, you know, think that they are entirely two different situations, you know, because again, obviously I held Live Life to a higher standard than I do Cenk. And
yeah, but like he said, don't.
I also have this personal investment. I had this personal investment in in LiveLife8072's channel in the past, you know, because I met him about 4.5, 5 years ago, I think, on YouTube, and I was dedicated to his content. I was supporting all of his things, you know, in the past, you know, and I kind of, I don't know, man, for the lack of a better term, developed this personal connection with this individual on so many issues, you know, and I do this with music. I do this with a lot of things, even fucking movies. You know, I develop this personal connection with stories that are told, and I develop a connection with the people that are telling the stories. So when we have these unfortunate interactions, you know, I have to admit that, you know, I am only human, and, you know, Paul highlighted that earlier, you know, I'm going to act in a certain way, you know.
Well, yeah, but somebody, you know, when, like you said, somebody threatened to beat you up. You know, I read the thread. Nobody threatened to beat you up. You know,
that guy.
And I think you got a little. Personally, I think you got a little. You got your feelings hurt. You know,
No, not at all. That guy told me that.
I mean, just you know.
That guy.
I mean, because not everybody communicates on the way you do. You know, you have a certain delivery style. Other people have other delivery styles.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, being that, you know, Joe has a different one than you. You know, and says what's on his mind. You say what's on your mind, right? You know, and as for the comments, you know, I've been called a long-haired, cum-guzzling socialist hippie. You know, and when people tell me to shut the fuck up, I really don't give a shit. You know, people make fun of how long my hair is. I don't care. If people tell me that I'm a certain sexuality, blow me, you know. But, you know, it's the internet. It's the internet.
No.
Okay, I have people that I know, you know, that I respect, tell me to shut the fuck up. You're an idiot.
Well,
you know?
I take that differently. I mean, that's how I do.
You know.
And I mean, if all of a sudden out of the blue that Clyde would start cussing at me, I'd quite upset.
Now,
I mean, I curse a lot, you know. I mean, some people do.
I didn't say you, Patrick. I said quiet.
Oh, well, no.
Hey, Patrick,
I expect it from you.
Patrick, hold on a second.
Beat me up.
Now, Patrick, hold on a second. Now, there's a lot of people here on YouTube that I start to have connections with. You're included, Patrick. Kazum is included.
I'm glad I'm included.
Okay.
Inclusive.
So when, let's say for example,
Kazum,
Paul leaves a comment on one of my videos, right? And I absolutely hate that fucking comment, right? And I go down there and I reply to his comment by telling him to fuck off. How is he going to interpret that when he has a personal investment into my existence on this channel? How is he going to interpret that in any other way other than, how do you say that up? I don't know, kind of like
it's got a good chance of upsetting you.
Well, because somebody says fuck off.
Yeah, well, that's because Paul has a personal investment in my channel in a lot of ways, you know.
If your mother walked up to you and you had a good relationship with your mother and she all of a sudden out of nowhere told you to fuck off, would you be taking her to the nut house or what?
Well, no, I mean, if that's how my mother talks.
It will affect you differently, regardless of how you react to it. It will affect you.
Well, see, I use the term "fuck off" all the time. You know, where I live, you know, in Rhode Island, this town I live in, you know, it's a area where that's a, you know, fuck off, you know, whatever, you know. I mean, it's two fucking words, you know. Yeah, I do. I mean, you get your feelings hurt by somebody you're friends with, you know.
That's the difference. That's all.
You know. So you get so your friend hurts your feelings every once in a while.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I mean, if you get offended by somebody, even a friend, you're having a disagreement, and somebody says, "Dude, you're fucking wrong. Just fuck off."
No, if we're having an argument,
if that offends you,
if we're having an argument to begin with, that could be acceptable because now you're in it. Then now you're in the argumentative stage. But something comes blindside you like that. And it was, like you said, it was a
argument starts somewhere.
To provoke him. It was a deliberate thing he did to provoke him. You know?
Well,
I mean, come on. You know?
But it's an argument. That's how arguments start. That's how arguments start.
It sounds like, it seems to me that just in a nutshell, the comment was taken personally.
Yeah, when he told, you know, when he told me that in the comment section, I have to admit that I actually took it personally because, again,
I would,
and I had this personal investment into Live Life, you know, Joe, for a very long fucking time, you know.
What do you mean by personal investment? You were a fan of his, you watched his videos, you thought he was cool, or, you know?
I thought that I had developed this connection with him as a human being, you know, and I really admired him in the past for a lot of things that he did, okay? And, you know, that's, you know, mainly the specific reason why I developed this connection with his channel and him himself. So when you are connected with someone in a sort of way, you know, and they turn around and make these comments towards you like this, it is going to affect you in some way personally. For me, anyway. Now, I can't speak for everybody else. You know, you guys are going to obviously have different reactions to everything, you know, but I'm only speaking on my behalf. You know, when I am personally investing my time into someone because I have confidence in them, I have, you know, respect for them in a lot of areas, only to have them turn around and tell me things like this, it is going to affect me. You know?
How dare them disagree with you?
No.
Well, it's not just an issue of disagreeing. It's sometimes, I mean, if you think you're on a certain level with someone, you think that you and whoever it is are on this level where you're being more courteous to each other than maybe that other person is to other people. When they suddenly treat you like when it seems like they're treating you like the way they treat people that they're not very courteous to, it can hurt for a period of time.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at.
I'm sorry I'm late to the party. I was just curious as to what you were talking about. Obviously, it's not one of your hate comment videos.
Hey, Uber. Am I correct?
Hello.
Hey, can you come pick me up, Uber?
How come I don't see your avatar on my fucking screen here?
I don't see it either, and I still see Joe's.
I see it.
No.
I see it.
Google Plus is fucked.
Okay, I'm gonna hit F5.
What does
What did
F5
F5 do to you?
It's like an old school troll saying, as far as I know.
Ah, that's better. Okay.
It refreshes or just
It refreshes?
blocks you
Okay.
out of.
Well, let me.
Blocks you out of a certain or deletes or pauses a certain game or some games.
Well, let me hit F5, see if it works. Hold on.
Didn't mean to bust into your potty. Hello, guys.
It's
Well, now that he's gone, we can talk about him.
Right? No, so what was I missed the whole.
Oh, it's too long.
I've seen he's been doing a short, sweet version. Somebody gave him some shit. Obviously, I don't know about what.
Okay.
Live life.
Not to interrupt or anything, but that actually worked. Thank you, Kazum.
Sure thing.
Maybe I was thinking of a different.
Damn quiet. Your hair is getting long, man.
No, I like my fucking bald hair, man. I really do.
The shine
Yeah,
is
no,
too
I'm
much.
saying
That's
you've got
why
hair on
I
the top of
don't
your
know.
head, man. I want to see that bald head, man.
Ugh.
Oh,
The
So
shine is
unmute
too
and go
much.
shine your head. Shave
That's
it.
why I put a hat
Whatever.
on, not to blind
wax
you.
this shit.
If anyone watching this, if you have a Mac, it's instead of being F5, it's Apple R.
Apple or what?
The for
Apples are good.
Do you have a Mac or what, Kazum?
no, I have a
He's
dual
just
I have a
computer
dual
smart.
boot machine. My main OS is Windows. I run a Hackintosh on the other side.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
dual
knows
boot
all
between
the
Windows and a Hackintosh.
Oh, okay.
I hate asking strangers for computer advice because I'm so fucking computer
Gasking.
illiterate.
There's
No,
PCs, and then there are the elite people who think
I-
Apples are.
I try to Google what I can and figure out, but when all the words are like, might as well be in Japanese, it's like, yeah, okay, I don't understand this 13-letter word, sorry.
The only thing I use the Mac side for is for recording music, because Windows on the same hardware does a lot of functions 3 times as fast as it does on OS X.
Yeah.
The only advantage I can see to OS X anymore is music. That's it.
Yeah, I have to talk to my friend JJ. He's the co-inventor of MP3s and stuff. And he, for a while, was working for Windows, and he had a lot of problems with them. The audio, or whoever was running the audio part of the programming and stuff.
Windows is still using, the main direct sound is still using standards from Windows 98. They have never updated the main engine for sound since 1998.
Holy shit.
So in order to get, if you want to record music, I mean, it works fine for games, but if you want to record low latency music on Windows, you have to use a separate driver called ASIO, and that still gets you twice as much latency as when you use just the standard drivers that come for hardware on the Mac side. So
Just what is latency? Like lag for music?
yeah, lag for music. Yeah, and so the more latency you have, the longer you have to wait between it. You record something, you go dit dit, You know what I mean? Where for the time when I go dead, that's when it should be recorded, but it's actually recorded just a moment after it. You know, that would be latency.
Throws
And
off
Windows,
the tone.
on Windows, you can never get the latency totally down to just about nothing compared to the same hardware with OS X.
I actually
There's
hope
always latency.
I actually
in the day.
hope one day that I can have a Mac, because I really love fucking Macs, dude. And maybe one day I can actually have one. But right now, what I really like is Windows 10. I'm starting to like it a lot more now because, you know, I'm starting to understand the inner workings of this program. And it's definitely becoming more convenient for me, you know, in a lot of ways when it comes to making my videos, when it comes to doing all types of other things too, you know.
I put the shell on mine because it's just, I don't know. I'm so computer illiterate, and I'm sure Kazumi knows what the shell is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just a command prompt, so.
It just makes it easier to find shit, for me at least.
In a command prompt? Really?
The whole, yeah, I open up the main menu and everything's where I know it was.
Shell. Maybe I don't know what you mean, because when you say shell, I picture a thing that looks like old DOS, where you just get C:// and you have to type commands.
It makes it run like it doesn't make it run, but it brings up the same prompt setup from, say, Windows 8 or not Windows 8, Windows 7.
XP. Yeah. Okay.
I had XP for a little bit. I had 8 for a little while. I never did, or 7 for a while. I never did get 8, but I got bullied into downloading 10, and that's when I had to take my computer in to get fixed.
Well, there's one game I play, and I don't think it's going to run on Windows 10. That's why I don't have Windows 10.
Oh, what is it?
Yuri.
Yuri. How do you spell that?
Okay. Yeah, YURI. It's a battle game. It's an old one.
What kind of game, Paul? Strategy? What kind of game? Strategy, turn-based, what?
No, it's just a war scenario. It looks somewhat three-dimensional. It's only two-dimensional, where you just battle between different war factions. I mean, it's a very simple game. See if I can find the original. I don't pay much attention when it boots up.
I had to go get a new video card to play. I only play a couple games on my computer. I got the Xbox for, you know, the console stuff, but I had to go get a new video card because my computer is 6 years old.
Command and Conquer.
Is Patrick still there?
Yuri's Revenge.
Is Secular Lobster still there? Because I see his avatar.
He's getting cooked right now.
Patrick, get out of that pot of boiling water and start talking, man.
You don't have to tell Patrick to talk. Took me a few hours to update one of my laptops because I haven't updated its Windows in a long time.
Yeah.
Well, I was just looking up in the background, and it looks like you can run Yuri's Revenge on Windows 10, but you have to do some tweaks to get it to work.
Yeah, well, I don't have the original disk to begin with.
Okay. Well, there's still probably ways to get that thing to still work, so.
Yeah, well, right now, I would probably do this other laptop first, and if it worked on it, fine, because my son has one laptop, but he never had Yuri working on that laptop, and it still doesn't. So it's just an old standby I've been playing for forever.
Yeah.
It's got some sentimental value to me because of certain conditions.
the games that are hard to get working, although I didn't look at how old Yuri actually was, but the games that are hard to get working are ones that were made for Windows 95.
Windows. It might be. It's old.
Windows 95. What the fuck?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, Windows 95 was the very
98.
first. Windows 95 was the very first Windows that broke away from being like Windows 3.1. Okay, that was just DOS with some extra little graphical things kind of thrown on top of it. But Windows 95 was where you first started having real 3D games that were using, I think that's when DirectX came out, that's when a bunch of other things came out. Windows 95 was the what do you call that? The first of something, of all the series of Windows to follow that. Windows 95 was the first one as far as that sort of standard.
Yuri came out in year 2000, so it probably was 98.
Okay. All right. Then that might not be too bad. If things made for 98, you can still get a lot of those running, but if it's made for 95, it's really hard, but you can still get some of those running.
Yeah, well.
Like, I never had a computer growing up. We did have, like, some kind of computers and television, which was, like, the first...
I look young. Let me get close. I'm not exactly young.
You had Pog and spank a wheel down the street with a stick.
What the fuck?
You've seen those old-timey movies.
I remember when hula hoops were new.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
First video games for me was Pong, and then the Odyssey 2, and then the Atari 2600.
Yeah. I cut my teeth.
I remember when hula hoops were new too.
Yeah, I cut my teeth on programming and stuff on the Commodore 64.
Yep, I had that. That was my favorite machine for a long time.
And then I got a book, and
I didn't touch a computer till about 2001.
Yeah, then I got a book, and then I learned how to do what they would consider assembler, which is machine language. And I did a little bit of that, and that got me into programming. And then when they had a job open at my place, the federal government was one of those like bootstraps that you didn't have. If you had an education, certificates, you were overqualified. And I got in on that, and then I learned how to program on the mainframe.
Yeah.
But I have the ability. If you give me a new language, give me time to learn it, like within a month, I'll be up to speed.
Yeah. Hey, Red, how's it going?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Well, it turns out that the discussion already took place, Red.
Which one?
Live Life.
Ah.
I was having a hangout because I wanted to address his video that was made towards me. And it started out by myself, and everybody came in, and then Live Life, wanted to come in, so we just basically started the chat right away, pretty much. And that's it.
Did Red ever release his secret footage of his rocket launch?
But I actually wanted to thank you for offering my services, or offering your services, in regards to the discussion.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, and what have you been up to? I can't get into your fucking hangouts, man. Every time I try to, there's always too many people.
That's the way YouTube does it. It's first come, first serve on that kind of shit. So, and no one has been able to get into my hangouts recently because YouTube and Google have been fucking up the. They're all getting like an error 32 or getting kicked out. So I had to cut my last hangout short, the one I just had like 20 minutes ago.
When I came in here, I had an error 32, but I had a lot of that yesterday when Robin's chat. But then I updated my virus protector, and then it let me get in because the.
It took me 5 tries to get into this fucking hangout, and it was just Paul and Quiet Atheist, in the beginning.
I only just had a problem once, which was like a verification problem or something, and I was able to get in again.
No, that's because you're a foreigner. Get over it.
Gosh darn foreigners taking our jobs.
So did you were you able to watch anything in this hangout, Red, or no?
No, I was in my own hangout for the last 4 hours. So if you just recently had the conversation, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, it was in this hangout. It was in this hangout that we're having now.
Oh, okay, then I'll watch it when it's posted on your channel, because your video, once the hangout's done, it'll come up in my subscription feed.
Okay, that'll work. That'll work.
You want a link, Red? I actually got the link for you.
I know what I'm in the hangout right now, dipshit.
Hey, I mean the YouTube feed, dipshit.
He's got that YouTube
my
Red.
subscription.
Interesting before it happens.
Here we go. We got to have another kiss up and makeup.
Use tongs.
It'll be in my subscription feed. I know how to find it.
Yeah, you can, Red. You can.
Oh no.
You got to move the cursor over the fucking video, and you got to click it.
And a window pops
Red,
up
you'll find it at the end of. You'll find at the end, right before Joe left, that they did actually do a kind of a Google Plus hug thing. They kind of hugged it out. And there's no animosity right now.
I resubscribed to him for what it's worth.
There is no animosity between me and Red.
No, not you and Red.
Okay.
From that YouTube
let me ask a question if I can. What was the end result of the conversation between you and Liv?
They hugged it out.
Well, basically, we're just going to agree to disagree. That's basically how it concluded, and then that was it. We were just having a discussion about Islam and stuff like that, and then he left.
So you stroked each other off.
I wouldn't say I stroked him off. I don't partake in that type of behavior, Maria or Uber, whoever said that.
Well,
come on, quiet.
What's
hey,
up?
I got a way section.
I'm not judging you for it.
like I said, I'm more than happy to offer up services to moderate something, especially through LiveLive, because I would love to see that. But I'll take a look at it just to see what's up, because as people are pretty well aware of my opinion of LiveLive right now, since nominating him for Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
I don't really know what the conversation is about. Yeah, I know it's about LiveLive, but...
Well, like I said, I personally don't talk to him. I make it a primary mission of mine to avoid him at all costs. But the thing is that Quiet Atheist is actually a really good friend of mine, and when he requests a favor, I'm more than happy to go ahead and give him that favor.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening between TQA and LiveLive.
I don't know. I have not seen.
Well, when it goes up, Maria, when this hangout goes up in the public for everybody to see on their subscription feed, excuse me, you can take a look at it and see what the discussion was about.
Yeah.
Basically, Emra, it's centralized around the same type of shit that Angry Pumpkin was pissed off about.
Oh, that.
Who the hell's Angry Pumpkin?
Angry Pumpkin is one of Joe's ex-friends.
Just 30-second, spit out what happened, just so the rest of us can catch up.
I'll give you a 5 second. They had a falling out, and ever since then, the same type of shit that got Coctopus to basically leave.
Oh.
And pretty much everyone else.
And pretty much everyone else that isn't a colossal douchebag, because the thing is that what I see happening on Live Life's side of things is that it used to be that they were douchebags, but they were douchebags in the sense that they were still able to differentiate between stuff that's really fucked up on the internet and stuff that is really fucked up in other ways, and are able to side with the other ways part and still be somewhat okay with people. See, let me give you an example because that was kind of vague. Coctopus comes off as a gigantic cunt bag to, like, for example, people who made the video called The Thaw, or Fox News. You know, he's a douchebag to them. But when someone disagrees with Coctopus,
Oh, he goes all AIU?
Coctopus, no. When someone disagrees with Coctopus, he lets them comment. He doesn't fucking attack them personally. He attacks the merits of the arguments that is being presented.
That's a good thing.
Now, yeah, that is a good thing. That's why I like Coctopus. Live Life, on the other hand, is basically going all Rue on people, where disagreeing with him is pretty much gives him legitimate grounds to ban people, and also disagreeing with him or his crew gives one legitimate grounds to dock drop somebody, even though that somebody might be a 16-year-old kid.
So he's like Jenny McDormand if she had a smaller penis.
Basically, anyone that disagrees with him is fair game, and there is no fucking boundary to how badly you can fuck somebody's life over simply by disagreeing with them. Everyone that disagrees is a regressive. Everyone that disagrees needs to be attacked personally, and their personal shit needs to be thrown out all over the fucking internet. You know, this is the type of shit that I don't tolerate. And neither does Coctopus, and that's why Coctopus left. See, Coctopus is more than happy to talk about the issues and talk about the arguments on the argument's merits. Who the person is that's making the argument is irrelevant. Rue wants to take everything to the personal level and fuck everyone's life up for simply disagreeing with them.
Right.
And this is why Coctopus had a falling out, because there was a severe disagreement of which direction they really want the show to go. And now that's why their Patreon feed has went down the fucking gutter. And it was sort of like that, but to a lesser extreme, I would say, with Angry Pumpkin. So that should at least give you a...
Gotcha. Thanks for the info.
Yeah, that should give you a brief synopsis of what basically happened between him and Angry Pumpkin. And I didn't want to get involved with that, so I stopped watching their shit and going to their shows and supporting that place.
Same here. For me, it pretty much ended the moment it started going about fucking. He went really aggressive at like religion and shit. Like, okay, I do not agree with religion, but you don't have to be fucking aggressive about them being a dickwad.
The thing is that with his views are really skewed. They're skewed in the sense that we need to essentially blame everybody who identifies as a certain thing and say that they're just as bad as people who have done stupid shit in that certain thing. Well, by that kind of logic, if one atheist does something that's morally fucked up, then all atheists are bad by definition. Are we really going to go down that line of logic? You know, you can be a Muslim and not be a goddamn fucking terrorist. You can be a Muslim and be the best human rights activist and be supporting LGBT causes. You can be a Muslim, you can identify as Muslim and do all kinds of awesome shit and not think for one fucking second about doing anything terrorist related.
Exactly. This jump on the hate brown people train is fucking disgusting.
So I mean, I don't agree with his views, and I'm more than happy to talk to him about it in a civilized manner. But I know that there is no civilized manner with him, especially when he's continuing to gobble the nutsack of Rue.
Don't forget the copious amount of alcohol.
Well, there's that too. I would have to talk to him when he's sober. So, I mean, my thing is this. Stay away from him, deal with my own bullshit, because I got a lot of fuckhead flat earthers that need their shit rammed up their ass.
Yeah.
So, I've been busy with that. Other people deal with Live Life, and that's perfectly fine. I choose not to deal with Live Life because that's just something I don't want to get into. That's something I don't. He's a person I just don't want to talk to, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to talk to him. I'm not going to associate with him. I'm not going to. I'm not going to talk to Rue. I'm not going to talk to any of the crew that's on the Skeptic Fence show. I'm not going to acknowledge their existence, except for right now to basically explain my position on things. I'm going to deal with flat earthers and their demonstrably incorrect horseshit that they have been spewing.
Redline. One thing though, there are still some cool people there.
Anyone that hangs out with them, I don't want to associate with.
Fair enough.
Who? Yeah, who's like friends with flat earthers?
No. I meant. I think.
No, I was asking.
I meant the Skeptic Fence. There's still some cool people that hang out around the Skeptic Fence.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is that I'm sure that in reality they might be okay. They may not go to the extreme as calling out certain individuals on their bullshit. However, there's a severe bias going on the Skeptic Fence, a severe bias where everything is bad unless they do it. Then all of a sudden it becomes good, even though it's just as fucked up. Because in reality, that's the type of person that you don't want to associate with, and so that's a person I choose not to associate with.
Like, the reason I actually pulled back from the place is just because, like, all the other hosts I didn't really have a problem with. Only the reason that I left was because Live Life was way too fucking toxic. Way too much drama around him and shit, and I was like, fuck this, I'm out, right? So I lost interest and never came back. I'm not subscribed to the guy, I don't have him on Skype, I do not watch his show anymore, because he's too fucking toxic.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. See, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with the guy and maybe even come to some sort of, mutual understanding of each other's position. But the thing is that I'm only going to be willing to do that under a few circumstances. The one of the major one is that it's just going to be me and him, a one-on-one. It's not going to be on the Skeptic Fence show on a format that he entirely controls. And Rue is definitely not going to be there because I personally don't want to deal with the guy's bullshit.
I don't know who that is actually.
I forget his fucking channel name. God damn it. I know he has like 4 of them, but
Atheism is unstoppable.
Thank you.
Oh.
I'll send you you send me a check in the mail and we'll be good.
Sounds good. I'll get a angry phone call. God damn it, Red! It says a penny.
Yeah.
Cheap bastard.
Yeah, I'm like, well, that's how much reminding me of Atheist Rue is worth. So
he has some good points. He has some good points once in a while, but then he does go on a tirade. And when he went after Neil deGrasse Tyson, because Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't say he was an atheist. Here's a person who's a director of an institute, and he's got to get funds for his organization, and he's not going to use that baggage word, and it's also going to turn off a lot of parents of kids that he's trying to get next to show them the light. I told him that. I said it must be nice not to have to drum up money. You can just say anything you want, and it doesn't affect your life.
The thing is that what many people don't seem to understand is that Whether he's an atheist, a Christian, a Muslim, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
What matters is the information that he puts at the planetarium.
Right.
And the information that he puts out is factual, educational, and for fuck's sake, it's needed. There's so many dumb fucks out there that are spewing ignorant bullshit out there, and the last thing we need is people, being slammed with bullshit about him being an atheist rather than what he's putting out at the planetarium. Did you know Pluto is this? Did you know Saturn is that? Did you know we discovered this, and this is how I figured it out? This is the methodology. This is science. Let me explain this to you. Let's look over the Hubble Space Telescope and the discoveries that it's made. That shit is important.
But even then, like, who gives a shit if somebody is religious or not? Like, if they say
that's my point. That's my point. He would give that information, and then at the very end, he says, "Oh, by the way, I'm an atheist." Who cares? No one's going to give a fuck. It's so unneeded and so unnecessary to say that unless you're asked a direct question, and that direct question has some impact on the validity of your arguments that refer to the facts of reality, i.e., what he does as a cosmologist and a physicist and whatever. Unless it actually refers to that, you don't need to answer it, and you don't need to fucking bring it up.
And like I said already, he's the head of the damn museum. He's got to deal with lots of people in lots of different positions. He's got fundraisers for his museum. He doesn't need to put anything else out there as a wall.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say, people do give a fuck because they want to hear what they want to hear. Obviously, they want to hear shit that supports what they believe.
Well, I'm sorry then that Atheist Rue is so insecure.
I'm not. Yeah, he's pretty.
I'm sorry he is so fucking insecure that the idea that there's people out there that don't entirely agree with him on absolutely and everything fucking scares the living shit out of him.
Well, he said he would boot anybody who disagreed with him unless they, he knew who they were. So after I argued about Neil deGrasse Tyson, I put my name.
He kicks people faster than she shives.
Yeah, but no, I'm still subscribed to him because I put my name down. So if he would have kicked me off, he's full of shit because he said if you say who you are, he's not going to kick you.
There's what, maybe 2 atheists that I'm subscribed to. That's fucking TQA and that's Redline.
You're so fucking kind.
I do not watch any show because I'm not fucking interested.
Yeah.
I never gave a shit about atheists, religion, any of that until I met somebody I cared about who happened to get raised in a fundamentalist, backwater, redneck Christian background. Thought the earth was 6,000 years old.
Well, yeah.
It pissed me off. It really did.
Yeah, let's see what my subscriptions say, right? What I see. Something about space, something about Leafy is here, something about a donut and ice cream shaker, something. Video games.
Well, that's why I've been branching away from the whole religious aspect and moving into the science and doing my rocket launch videos as well.
Oh, those videos are badass, by the way, Redline. Fuck. I've watched every single one that you put up.
No, I haven't seen any of those yet.
Yeah, basically what I do is I do amateur videos of rocket launches from Cape Canaveral, Florida, because everyone is saying that the videos that we get from SpaceX or NASA are fake. So what I do is I go personally to Cape Canaveral and I film it with my equipment, with my cameras, and I post it on my channel, and no one touches that video besides me. NASA doesn't have a hand in it, SpaceX doesn't have a hand in it, and what do you fucking know? What I show in my video is exactly what you see on their videos. people can take my videos and they can compare and do the fucking contrast.
Yeah, but
Look, they're exactly the same. Who would have fucking thought?
Yeah, but Redline, you are a graphic CGI designer for NASA.
Yeah, and apparently I can also operate 25 bots at the exact same time.
Yes. and don't forget your pink dildo or something.
Yeah, something like that. It's just a batch of bullshit, really. So that's why I've been doing, and also taking the demonstrably incorrect ramblings of flat earthers and all their objections and ramming it up their asses.
Give me your P.O. box so I can send you my turtle so you can put it on the moon.
I don't actually own the rocket, so sorry.
Yes, you do. We all saw the conversations. That's a lie.
The rocket's Redline actually owns are just his toys.
They go there faster than anything NASA's ever had to do with.
Yeah.
Oh,
They have a red line coming right out their ass.
Do you still plan on sending a camera up in the atmosphere, Red? Like
Yeah, those plans are definitely still on the table, although I will admit to having put it on the back burner for a while. Yeah, recently I took up another challenge that people have donated to, and the donation was actually a complete success. And I really need to get my shit together and capture this one thing, because I have a money shot on my channel right now. Is actually a one-of-a-kind video. It's a video of a SpaceX launch, and it shows something that even SpaceX's own footage doesn't show.
Oh, wow.
And I want to kind of do that again, but for that I'm going to need to kind of double or nothing kind of thing. So what I did was I made a fundraiser to get a second P900, which is a camera with 83 times optical zoom.
Yeah.
So I got that camera, and what we have to do, because people are saying that the SpaceX landing of the first stages are fake. So what I need to do is get what's known as the money shot. So I'm going to have my buddy Vince 5 miles away from me down the coast looking at the same rocket launch that I am. So I'm going to be at one location. Vince is going to be at another location with the same camera and the same gear that I have, okay?
Yeah.
And what we're going to do is we're going to film that rocket launch. We're going to follow the rocket launch all the way up to separation. We're going to watch the first stage do a boost back maneuver and land back at the Cape Canaveral landing station, LZ1, in one continuous shot.
Oh, wow.
And we want to get that from 2 angles. So basically I need to watch the first stage from liftoff to separation, from boost back to landing in one continuous shot. That footage will not be gotten by SpaceX or NASA because they have multiple camera angles that they have to juggle. Yeah. I don't. I only have one camera angle that I have to juggle, and that's that P900. And Vince only has one camera to deal with, and that will be the second P900 and second tripod setup. If I can get that footage of the Falcon 9 first stage lifting off and landing again, these flat earthers will be forced. They will absolutely be forced to suck the biggest dick ever. Because they have been saying that shit is fake. Actually, they say that the rocket lifts off and crashes in the ocean, and what comes down is a fucking flare.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, but I normally do not get this in other hangouts, but I got a massive case of anal leakage. Thank you, Redline.
You're welcome. So, so if I can get that footage in one continuous shot, I will have met my obligations to the people who donated to help me get that second $600 camera. So I have got to get my shit together and stay focused on that goal. Now the next 3 launches of Falcon are going to use the drone ship, but those are 3 launches that I can use for practice, and also an Atlas 5551, which I can also use for practice.
Yes.
So get my shit together, and when it actually comes, it's in the daytime, the skies are clear, and the Falcon 9 is about to do its liftoff and landing, I need to be on point.
Hey, Reds.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you've ever watched any of the YouTube channel Flight Test.
Yeah,
but yeah, they sent a RC glider up to pretty much the atmosphere and popped it, let it go, fly down.
Yep.
It's not easy, but yeah, that might help you in your excursion.
Look into that. We're gonna do some other stuff that I planned, stuff that involves the Mercury transit, stuff that involves the second liftoff of the Falcon 9, where we're actually going to go on the base itself.
Oh, wow.
We also have some plans that centralize around the Delta IV Heavy rocket that will be going off sometime in March or early June. We're actually in May. I'm sorry, May or early June. And after that, we have some plans that centralize around Falcon Heavy, which is 3 landable boosters.
How much thrust, do you know?
Equivalent to the Saturn V.
Yeah, I knew they were getting up to that.
Yep. There go. It's equivalent to. It will be the most powerful rocket ever launched since the Saturn V.
I watched a video today. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. I think that was 7.5 million pounds of thrust.
Yeah, I'll give you some statistics. Each booster is a Falcon 9 booster, which stands for 9 Merlin 1D engines. So on the Falcon Heavy, you're going to have 3 boosters, so that's 27 rocket engines, all going off at the exact same time.
27?
27 rocket engines.
Didn't the Russians have a lot of problems with multiple? But that was years ago with different technology and computers.
They don't use. They use solids. These are liquids. We're using 3 liquid boosters and actual engines with turbo pumps and stuff. They're not solids, and there's 27 engines on the Falcon Heavy rocket.
Okay, I had to look that up because that's years ago. But when they were doing their space race, they had one in it. Maybe not that many engines, but it had a lot of engines, and it just bottomed out on them. I'm surprised they're still using a lot of engines. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, there's going to be a shitload of engines on this rocket. They have a diagram of the Falcon Heavy, which I can go ahead and demonstrate right here. If you go to screen share, and then you hit entire screen, and then you do that, and then you hit the Falcon Heavy, this is the Falcon Heavy broken down into its constituents.
Wow.
So as you can see at the bottom right here, 27 engines.
9 each, huh?
9 each, exactly. And then you have an upper stage, a Merlin vacuum engine. So you could technically say 28.
So what's the idea behind so many engines? In case one goes or a few go?
Well, it's designed to lose up to 2 boosters each, and still be able to fly. There's also this thing called, it's a fluid dynamics issue called. Have you ever heard of pogo suppression?
No.
Okay, there was an astronaut, and I'll try to remember the name. And I got this information straight from a guy who works at NASA called I'm a Rocket Man. He mentioned that an astronaut said that it was like riding a pogo stick to space. And essentially what happened was that the engines are very big. And when the engines are very big, you need to ram enough fuel to that one engine to get it to fire properly.
Okay, so
when you have a big volume of fuel,
so
you get buffeting.
Oscillations?
Yeah, you get oscillations, you get buffeting. It's a fluid dynamics issue with moving a lot of volume.
All right.
And so what they do is that they simply break up the volume into smaller engines.
Okay.
So bigger engines equals thrust, but pogo suppression issue. They had this thing called a pogo suppressor, which was on the shuttle, and that worked out just fine. It was like a huge sphere attached to the side of an engine. But what SpaceX decided to do was to navigate around that problem by simply taking the Russian approach, which was more engines. And
sounds like the pusher plate from the Orion project.
so if you look at a rocket engine, so for example the RD-180, the RD-180 has 2 combustion chambers but only 1 turbo pump. Even though it looks like 2 engines welded together, it's actually just 1 engine but 2 chambers. The reason why they did that was because of pogo suppression. It's a lot easier. It's the same concept. With smaller engines, you don't have that fluid dynamics issue. And by breaking it up into 27 engines, you also kind of have a bit of an insurance policy in that if 1 or 2 engines fail, you can still make it to orbit.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm just trying, because like I said, the Russians were trying something, but then, you know, computer technology is somewhat advanced since Apollo missions.
Oh, most definitely. That's definitely helped. Considering these rockets now can flip backwards, do a boost back maneuver, and land themselves.
Yeah. I had a question for you, Red. A while back, I heard you mention that they were going to discontinue the ISS, and are they going to replace something after they take? Are they going to replace it with something else, or?
Yes, I believe there is a new International Space Station in the works. There's a new space station that I've heard, this is not confirmed by any stretch of the human imagination, that's going to be a U.S.-only space station. And the Russians are going to also have plans to build their own, and the Chinese also have plans to build their own.
Great.
So you're going to have like multiple space stations at different altitudes.
Oh, wow.
So the way it works is that have you ever heard of this company called Bigelow? They just recently launched something on the Dragon that is an inflatable chamber.
Oh, I can't say that I've heard of that company, no.
All right, well, what they did for the last launch that I went to, the very last launch that I went to, they launched a new room, let's call it a room, for the International Space Station.
I think. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they launched an addition to the International Space Station. It's another room that astronauts can go into. The difference for this one is that it's inflatable. It's an inflatable room, the first of its kind. So Bigelow is the company that made it, and what they're thinking is that they could, in theory, build another space station out of those modules. And if they did, you could have another space station done in a few missions, and it would be a lot cheaper. So if they're able to get this technology to actually work and survive and not fuck up, then it would be a great step forward. But that's what they're doing with the Bigelow that's currently up there attached to the space station. They're testing it, and it's going to be up there for 2 years. It's going to be up there for 2 years, and in that 2-year time frame, it needs to pass a series of tests. And if it doesn't, it's back to the drawing board.
Redline, you might know this. Are the Europeans planning on space stations?
The Europeans, I think, are going to... that's why I said it, because I believe what the Americans would do if they were actually fucking smart about it was just kick the Russians out and say, hey, we'll build our own, and guess what? The Europeans are our bros, so they can come along with us.
Yeah, that would be nice, because
the
thing is,
They need to send up unmanned things to make sure those don't just get pot-shotted out of the sky.
I'm thinking that what the Europeans are doing is that their primary focus currently is more deep space technology. Like, I heard that there's going to be a successor to the Rosetta mission. That is going to be badass.
So Europe is going to push you out on a fucking space station.
They're going to do other shit, like landing on a fucking comet.
We already did that.
That's not pussy shit. That's fucking badass.
Yeah, but come on, space stations are cooler.
No, I don't think so. In my opinion.
I've always
landing on a comet? Seriously? You know how fast those fucking things are moving?
Yeah, space stations are cool because there are people actually living in there, chilling, smoking their
But they
joint.
landed on a fucking comment, and the guy that did it at Boris Shook that pissed off feminists. It's the best of both worlds.
They're both badass. I'm sure man spread on the fucking space station.
There's no man spreading in the space station, damn it.
Yes.
God damn it.
Does anybody ever complain about a woman spreading?
No.
If it stinks.
You know?
Well, it depends on how old she
If
is.
she's trying to free bleed.
It depends on how old she is. Look at Paul.
I went there.
You know, we might just have to duct tape like Anita Sarkeesian atop of an Atlas V or something. Way more fun.
Yeah. So essentially now, let me go ahead and just get the future. I think what we're actually going to be doing is we're going to be focusing right now because what's out of people's mind is the next gen space station. Because they just don't give a shit about it right now. They're not working on it where they are with Bigelow, but that's about the only thing that's being done for it. And that's kind of also helping them with their other mission. What Europe and the Americans and even the Russians are doing is they're figuring shit out so that we all can go to Mars.
Yeah.
And so the Europeans are building the trunk module for the Orion spacecraft while we're building the actual capsule. So we're building the capsule and they're building the high-tech trunk with the solar array, the gyro, and the avionics, all that shit that is vital to mission success. The Europeans are building that and they're going to aid us in our trip to Mars. So when NASA goes to Mars, ESA is coming along with us. So when ESA launches, or when we launched the SLS rocket from Cape Canaveral in 2018, ESA had a hand in the technology that's going to space.
Fair enough. You know.
So when we go to Mars, we send robots to do shit like take soil samples, test the atmosphere, and accidentally draw a gentleman's sausage on the surface. So what we got to do is we got to get people there so they can use their finger and purposely draw a gentleman's sausage on the surface.
that would be an amazing accomplishment, you know. I mean, I could only imagine what it would be like to come out into an open discussion with a group load of people and basically say that I had the opportunity to draw a penis on Mars.
Yes.
You know, do you think that we will actually fucking see that in our lifetimes?
What they're planning on doing is having someone on Mars between the years of 2025 and 2030. And ESA is already in the process of building the trunk for the Orion spacecraft. We're currently in the process of building the RS-25 engines that's going to power the fucking rocket. And also ESA is building the second stage, I think, or the third stage, it's actually, because it's going to be a three-stage system. The third stage, which is going to be on the back of the trunk to propel that bitch towards a injection orbit to Mars.
So pretty much I will be like fucking 70 years old the moment we get there someday.
You're gonna be an old decrepit fuck, absolutely, but at least we'll get there.
If I'm still alive.
See, basically ESA is building the trunk, we're building the rocket and the capsule. And I think ESA is also going to build some habitat modules that are going to go down onto the surface. I think. I'm not exactly sure on that. But I know that ESA has that technology because ESA is kind of badass like that. And so when we go to Mars, we will be able to get there safely and draw a gentleman's sausage on the surface.
Yeah.
Which needs to be done.
Which will need to be done, and also we will teabag a few rocks. Who knows? We'll do some shit there.
Fuck them rocks.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
go ahead, Amaria.
it kind of sends me that my generation is so fucking stagnant.
Everybody said that about their generation for fucking dozens of years. Ask Paul. You've seen it probably, what, 50, 60 times now?
Yeah, but come on, fucking moon landings and shit. Like, what do we have? Fucking Kim Kardashian.
Well, of
You
course.
could dig deeper. That's just the first set of titties to pop up.
Oh, man. I don't know about that. It kind of
I
makes
agree.
me sad when people have
What's online is cancer.
It kind of makes me sad when people have no fucking idea who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, but they could tell you in a heartbeat who Kim Kardashian is. That's pathetic, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hence, I also hate my generation.
See, for people who are dumb fucks and they come to my channel, I let them know that they're dumb fucks.
Yeah.
And that is kind of why I do what I do, so people can kind of get it through their fucking thick skull that, maybe I do have more to learn.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots, I swear.
Everywhere.
I saw a lot of those discussions you had, Redline, with those people, and they're absolutely insane, man.
Absolutely. It is what it is. But like I said, after this hangout is up, I'm going to watch the bits where you have a one-on-one with LiveLife, just out of morbid curiosity, let's call it that.
Just take his fucking special spaceship off to fucking Venus and not invite any of us to go with.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and head out for bits. So I wish you all the best.
All right, Red. Thanks for coming in, man.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Later, Red. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, guys, I think that I'm going to probably hang it up here in about another 5 minutes, too. I got some things that I got to do.
And I just got in.
Well, I'll hold it open for a little bit, you know, but then I'm going to have to go. So we can stay here for a little bit longer. But then,
Well, it doesn't close when he leaves.
huh?
Yeah.
It doesn't close when you leave.
No, it doesn't.
If
It's
Fester has to sleep, CPs.
It just basically, you know, goes off air when I leave. So.
That's
Hey,
good. We can't be quote mined.
Cool.
it's 4:45 in the morning for me. I'm still rocking.
It's
You're
9:40.
badass. How old are you? Fuck.
It's 9:40.
I can't do that shit no more.
I'm
I'm
27.
36. Oh,
It's-
fuck you, man. Wait 10 years. Watch
It's
what
nine-
happens.
Hey,
And then
Bunch
we
of
can
kids.
talk to Paul.
hey, Uber.
Bunch of
When, I,
freaking kids.
when I'm 36 or something, I will be still doing this crazy shit because I am too stubborn.
It's
Yeah.
9:46 p.m. where I'm at.
Same time zone as me. Quiet.
8:45, 8:46, whatever.
Actually, average time that I go to bed, it's like 6 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, with me, I'm more of a nocturnal person than anything else. I enjoy the night simply because when I walk outside, there's no traffic, there's nothing. It's peaceful, you know, and that's the way that I like it. Versus the day where you walk outside and there's cars constantly going everywhere. There's honking. There's this. There's that. There's
Yo,
people
man.
on their fucking riding lawnmowers. There's people using their weed eaters. There's people doing this. It just gets on my nerves sometimes.
You vampire.
Yep.
He's an anti-socialist.
Hey, I live at the night because I just fucking hate people.
Hey, there's no.
What do they do to you, fuckhead?
Hey,
Hey, I fucking hate people. Like, I'm not a people person. Like I go to the store, right? So I make a joke with a friend of mine, and this other fuck feature is wants to fucking hit me in the face because I'm making a because I am making a joke to my friend.
I love the saying "fuck" feature.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to steal that from you and use it. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Every time I see somebody cut me off on the road, you fuck feature.
You fuck feature.
No, but seriously, like, this random schmuck fucking wants to hit me in the face because I'm making jokes with my friend. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's...
You are being
exactly
sexist.
No, actually,
Or racist.
No.
You should check your privilege.
Yeah, he better fucking check his privilege before I stab him in the throat. No, the thing is, like, that's the exact reason I do not like people, because they annoy me. Like I don't like people talking to me on the street, like in the store.
I get that.
Yeah. Rap with Draft is basically accusing us of being reprobates.
Oh.
Well, speak of
Jeffy's
the devil here.
What?
Jeffy's here.
Hi guys.
Please preach to us, Jeffy.
How the hell y'all is doing? I would just like to say, fuck all of you people, you're wrong.
Tell me how much I need Jesus.
Hey, Jeff.
What's going on, buddy?
I saw that video that you posted about you going to that fair or whatever it was, and I recall how you basically made it a goal of your own. I don't know if that's what you want to call it, whatever. But you definitely filmed that girl's butt for a reason.
No, and see, no, that was
How old was she? How old was she?
I don't even know which female that he's talking about. Evidently, this is all a setup to make me say something that I don't want to say to get angry. The White Atheist right now is trying to quote-mine me, bait me. That's what he's trying to bait me into a response.
Smoke some crystal meth and ask your partner what the answer is.
Hey, Jeff, you don't have to be ashamed to admit that you like dead ass.
No, I'm just saying that, you know, it was just a long day of filming, and my arm got kind of tired, and it drifted away. If you do notice that the clip in the video that I do not know what he's talking about,
oh, come on.
The camera goes right back to the stage. So.
Amira, you shouldn't say that. If Jeff got his boot hole stolen, it got stolen.
Oh, man.
If he's okay with that, that's fine.
I think that Jeff really enjoys everything except for a pilot license, because he doesn't have
trees.
Look, you people.
You people.
You people.
You RC pilot. You happen to know how to fly something. That's a very expensive toy.
Hey, what's up, Blue?
Oh, hey, Blue, are you here?
Yeah, thank you for coming by earlier, by the way.
Seriously? No, is that Blue? Wow.
Yeah, that's Blue.
What the hell? Your mic's not working, bud.
I'm able to recognize Blue from a mile away.
Hold on, let me fix my mic. I'm so sorry, everybody. Hold on.
No, it's working now. It's... Wow. Oh, Blue hates
How's
me.
the Blue?
Here comes Blue out of the blue.
I got cussed out for being a racist.
Who did?
I did. I was blocked by Blue.
Oh.
Wished cancer upon. All that good shit.
Oh, boy.
Paul loves that drama. Paul is so interested. I wish he'd asked me about it, though, because it would be nice to actually talk to him about his sketchy opinions.
Who has a sketchy opinion?
Is that you Black Blue?
What? Before we get into my terrible ass, can you? I still don't know. What did Live do to you? Briefly, can you summarize for me?
Well, basically, he had made a video, I believe, I don't know, I think it was a couple of days ago, right? And I watched the video in its entirety, and I made a comment. I made a comment in regards to why I disagreed with him, right? And he started to tell me, that I should just basically shut the fuck up, and all of this usual nonsense, that came out at that particular discussion, and that on some level upset me in a lot of ways. And then he turns around and makes a video response to me in regards to what the whole interaction was about. And that's why I decided to have this hangout, because in the beginning I wanted to address his video, and then after that discuss with him in the hangout the problems that I had. But again, it boils down to the whole fact that I couldn't approach him in a decent way because he wasn't letting me. When it came to a discussion, he just right away wanted to, in a lot of ways, hurl insults like a couple of other individuals did as well. And that bothered me a little bit, and that's why I was so pissed off about the whole fucking thing, And
well, I'm just I
ahead.
have an axe to grind with Live Life, as you. I have an axe to grind with Live Life, as you know. So.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
We got an echo.
Fucker.
Echo.
What was that X over, if we can ask?
Dramagate.
Yeah, that happened how long ago, Blue? About 3 or 4 years ago?
Make it 4.
January of 2013 is the official date.
Yeah, well, let that shit go, man. Seriously.
Oh, okay.
I'm a guy.
So, bring up new subject. Tell everybody why you wish me cancer.
Oh, let's see. You said I needed to calm down and take meds.
Take your meds.
Yeah.
Right?
Was that really far-flung advice?
No, I just personally think that Blue's very passionate about what he talks about.
Well, this is online, so that was sarcastic, but
yeah.
He does get over-emotional about a lot of stuff. And I've talked to the guy. I've tried to talk to the guy anyways. Give him advice from my point, at least. But that's why I'm asking him for his feedback right now.
Yeah.
He blocked me. I couldn't, communicate to him or send him a message, so...
Do you think I need to take medication? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I'm not a physician or a psychiatrist, I guess I should say, because...
So calm down, take your meds was just trying to be lighthearted.
You are familiar with, jokes and shit like that, correct?
Well, this was a long post where me and this other guy are.
It was the only comment that's ever pissed you off from me. Then you fucking blew up at me, said, "Go die and get cancer."
That's right, because when someone says to me, "Go take your meds,"
do you know what knee-jerk reactions are?
Yes. And you know what? I don't have one. Every time I wish death on someone, I seriously consider what I'm saying. And, I take it back. I don't hope you die now. But you know what? You ain't talking about no motherfucker's medication. Okay?
Seriously,
not
dude.
Whether I should be on it, not whether it's working.
You're really that pissed off about a fucking joke? Honestly. Seriously, man.
Calm down, take your meds.
Yes, it's a fucking joke. I'm sure I'm not the first motherfucker that said that to you.
And you're not the first motherfucker I wish death on.
Yeah, obviously.
And, I can go back to that if you want.
You have your YouTube page. We know I'm glad you're staying on the hangout, because normally you get pissed off and just leave. But I'm glad you're able to sit here and talk with me. I really am, dude. This is kind of fucked up that you can't take any anti-advice.
So is it a joke or is it advice?
A little bit of both, man. It's calm down and just fucking chill out. I'm not saying you're fucking batshit crazy. You're a little bit crazy, but we are. It's just to different degrees. I'm not saying you're any worse off or better than me at all, okay? I'm just saying fucking chill out.
I don't discuss what medicine I take, nigga.
I didn't ask you. Again.
Calm down, take your meds. So what I'm mad about isn't important. What's important is how angry I get. Whoa, Bubbly, you just blew. You just overreact so much. And not with you, Uber, but in general, no, I have to disagree. Maybe some of you other people are underreacting. Here, I'll give you an example. What I'm talking about. And again, just been separate. I go. We're having a discussion over the merits of Andrew Jackson and Alexander Hamilton. They're going to change the 20. So we're going on, and this one guy post. Yes, yeah. This one guy posts is like, oh well, Andrew Jackson brought the debt down, and he was a great president. And he freed all the slaves. And I was like, Junior, Andrew Jackson was a slave owner. He did not free all the slaves. You better come back and retract that shit now. And he comes and he posts this like, well, you just don't know it. And
some retard doesn't know his history. You should.
And this retard wouldn't say. You're right, I got it wrong. And he continued to insult me, and if I may, he continued to insult me, and the stupid is strong, this one, and I was just like, and yeah,
Blue,
I absolutely hope he dies.
How often do
hope
people,
he dies. I want him
How often do people apologize and say, you know what, I fucked up, you're right, I was wrong, online? Never. Like, maybe.
Then there's a new standard, and I'm bringing it. Okay? You're not lying to. And then this motherfucker's like, oh, well, I've got freedom of speech. And I was like, freedom of speech? Well, then I got freedom of speech too, and I hope you die in a car fire. I mean, you didn't lie to me. No matter what happened, Uber, you didn't lie to me, so it ain't like that. And again, I retract what I say, but I'm tired of it. Okay? I can't be lied to anymore. Okay? And he said, well, that's different from what happened to us. But when I'm in the middle of a fight, we had this long fight with some guy. I don't even know who the fuck it was. I could go back and find it for you. And then you just drop in and say, calm down and take your meds. And you know what, Uber? I wasn't hearing it. Oh, no. I remember now. It was the Iggy Pop shot thing, wasn't it?
It was some post he put up that...
The one with, this one guy puts up on my fucking wall. I got to see a picture of Kirk Cameron who says, a meme of Kirk Cameron that says, claims to hate Arabs. Savior was a sand nigger. And I said to Iggy Pop Shot, go fuck yourself. I don't want to see that racist shit. Come on. You got so much to work with, Kirk Cameron in the Bible, and this guy was a real racist. Me and Iggy Pop Shop get into this whole huge fight, and I'm wishing death on him too now. And then Uber comes along and says, calm down and take your meds.
He's not a fucking racist.
No, he has racial issues if he liked that meme. If he thought that meme was funny, worth sharing. Yes, he is. Listen, don't you understand? Everyone in America is a racist.
Oh.
Everyone. The only thing you can say, when someone asks you if you are a racist, the only thing you can say is, I try to fight the racism placed within myself by the culture. To say you're not a racist is, okay, you know what?
I'm racist because I'm... Well, and he runs away after telling me how racist I am. Is my computer froze, or is anybody else still here?
No, everybody's here still.
Okay.
So you guys tell me how much of a racist I am. Come on, you dirty sons of bitches. Let me put on my white face.
I actually don't know you that well.
What a fucking cunt.
But you have to understand, though, when it comes to Blue, he's very passionate about what he talks about, and he does get involved with the things that he, wants to talk about, and I admire him for that in so many ways, because he has a lot of, I don't know what it's called, man. I have no idea, but I wish I could have a more aggressive approach like that. It will come in time, and
hope it's not so severe.
And he's very passionate. He's a passionate individual, and he takes a lot of things seriously. And one of the things that annoys him the most is liars.
I never
I have to agree, because two things that I hate the most on this fucking planet are liars and thieves. Now, Paul, what did you have to say?
Have you ever watched me on Robin's chat?
Yes.
Why not? Because the last one I was on, I get very passionate too.
Yeah.
I'm glad I just don't care about anything and never get passionate about nothing.
Well, and that's what I was talking about earlier with my discussion with Live Life. I get passionate about things, and I get angry about things, and I want to share my anger in order to communicate. Now, I realize that other people are going to explore different venues,
Okay.
Everybody
here.
Hold on, I'm not finished. Hold on. I realize that people are going to explore different venues when it comes to discussions or communication, for that matter. Everybody's different, everybody's going to approach something in a different way, and I'm not faulting them for that. The only thing that I'm faulting someone like Live Life for is the way that he approached me, simply because, I didn't approach him in that way, But that's all behind me now. That discussion is fucking behind me. Let's bring up another discussion. What else is on your fucking brains?
What's wrong with passionate anger? I mean, anger is not hate.
Nobody wants to hear you cry and jerk off.
It's called allergy issue, right, bastard?
Meanwhile, Mississippi.
That's freaking allergy.
I think that Jeff has a lot of passionate anger because he don't have a pilot license.
Fuck you.
Damn. Why? I owe you a six-pack for that joke.
Yeah,
that was good. That was fucking good.
I took my drone up to 175 feet up in the air today. Beautiful pictures, but I'm not going to show any of you none of them because you're right, awful bastards.
I'm gonna have to sometime in the future invest some money into a drone and do something like that. I think that would be cool.
They are. You can get just the most outrageous pictures. Because I took a look at Biloxi and Gulfport, and just man, it's awesome. If you stay away from the fucking trees, it's all good.
Yeah, well, go somewhere where there's no trees.
Also, stay away from the ground with high speed.
Well, the ground is usually what it hits after the tree. It goes bam, bam.
Go somewhere where there's no trees and no power lines.
Then I got nothing to film.
It's fucked up.
It even says in the DJI manual, don't film in the city because of this, that, and the other. So I'm like, well, now I have to go out in Timbuktu to film trees.
Yeah.
So.
Don't be stupid. No, I'm gonna go do it. I can.
Oh man. So what have you been up to lately, Maria?
Huh?
What have you been up to lately?
Playing Fallout 4, being a heckler in Redlines hangouts, that type of things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hey, somebody got to be the heckler, right?
Yeah.
And damn well with that accent, he does it good.
Hey, I'm a good heckler.
You just hate Jews, Jeff.
Well, that's beside the point. I mean, no, wait, no.
Damn, Jeff, you're just one, pile of hateful attitude there, buddy.
You know what? I refuse just
It's
to hate the
Mississippi.
Jews. I hate whites, blacks, Jews, Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Muslims, a lot of you. It's stupid to hate one group of people. Hate everybody equally. It's more fun that way. You get more material.
Yeah.
Why you don't hate your cats?
I don't have a cat. I hate them too.
Why they're all outside?
He probably killed them all. That's why you don't have any cats.
Well, I'm not going to admit to that, but how they died is not. I don't know.
Oh, I know how they died.
Stop breathing.
You ate them.
Stop breathing. Exactly.
Like,
Seriously dark. Seriously fast.
Like, this is what he has done, right? So he opened his oven, grabbed his cat still alive, threw it into the oven, closed the oven, and put it on 250 degrees Celsius.
No,
for a couple of
240.
hours. Oh, there you go.
Damn.
The question is, though, Jeff, when you placed the cat in the oven, did you put an apple in its mouth?
A clove of garlic. Oh, no, not that I did that. Anyway.
A cherry.
No, he didn't put an apple in his mouth. He did the apple in its ass with the cat, but apart from that...
I think I saw the most horrible joke.
He put some cherry in there because he wanted some cherry pussy. So
I think I saw the most horrible joke today ever in comment. Was the hardest part about watching an orphanage burn down?
throwing the kids back in.
Oh.
My dad.
Wow.
No, I actually make that joke often about, like, oh, I know what you did yesterday. You were burning that orphanage down.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking... Wow.
You guys are fucking horrible, damn it.
It's your hangout, you rat bastard.
Great one.
Son of a bitch.
Like,
you'll follow you.
People don't know that I am a horrible person.
I felt horrible for even snickering for a quarter second when I saw that.
Uber, go take your meds.
I did. Oh my god, I'm so fucking triggered. Hold on. Let me fucking write hate mail and cancer wishes to people. Fuck you, Jeffy.
Oh.
I'm gonna make a stab doll.
Oh, why do you think I often join Redline's Hangouts? Because I am the heckler and I make the rude jokes next to Angry Pumpkin.
Yeah. I only talked to Angry Pumpkin one time in a hangout a long time ago, and that's it.
Mira thinks he's like Andrew Dice Clay.
Redline invites me to his, chat. What the fuck? I have to hate him now.
Yeah, I usually want to join his hangouts, but like I told him earlier, the only problem is when I try to join one, there's always too many in there.
The most popular Jew.
Oh.
Who's the most popular Jew?
Amira.
I'm not a Jew.
No. I thought, really? No.
I'm not Jewish.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
No. I didn't. As Jeff said, not that there's anything.
Don't bring me into your own grave.
Fuck you! You saved my ass.
Fuck you! Dig
I'm wearing
your
out
own
your
grave.
too.
I'm busy digging mine. I can't help
You
you.
said you're a Jew. I don't want to hear that shit.
I don't understand all this fucking going on, and I'm not satisfied.
It's called marriage.
I am from Jewish heritage though, but I'm not Jewish.
You're not living in Israel?
No! I live in the Netherlands.
What was I talking to?
You're talking to the wrong Jew, dumbass.
Obviously.
You're
the next
from...
Jerry Springer show. Who is the Jew?
Wrong Jew.
You sure you're not talking about mate or something?
No, I think I was talking about some other Jew.
Some other Jew.
Oh.
Wow.
Jeff, what the fuck? You're the one that started that shit. You said you're not the right Jew.
No.
Implying he was the wrong Jew. Fuck you, Hitler.
Wow.
Skeptor.
Skeptor.
I thought that Amira was Skeptor before. Was partly my fault.
No, the
but it's still Jeff's fault because Jeff is a vape fag.
Yeah,
I've never been called a Jew before, so it's been a good day.
Kinky.
Now I need somebody to call me a Muslim one day.
Hold on, I gotta go hide my wallet.
Allah
There's a Jew in the room. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. And nothing blew up. It's a good day.
Seriously, like, somebody should fucking call me a Muslim one day, and I have the whole package.
We can set that up.
Oh wow.
That could happen. I don't have to play the part of the stupid redneck. I could just be myself. And I was like, God damn, we got a damn Muslim up in the room. Listen to this son bitch, and you can just roll with it.
The funniest thing is, I've been called a Christian ugly enough. I've been now called a Jew ugly enough. Now I need to be called a Muslim ugly enough, and then I have the whole Abrahamic package.
You gotta even the thing out, even the playing field, exactly.
You ugly Christian. I bet you don't want blood transfusions for your kids.
No. Not transfusions for my kids. Fuck that shit. They don't even get fucking vaccines. Hey, those little shits better get smallpox from that shit.
Here's some free blankets.
Oh, fuck, man.
Wow. Yeah, I would go to hell for that.
If there was a hell, I'd be glad to meet you down there.
Well, it will probably be in fucking rock concert anyway.
Oh, fuck. Depends what they consider a rock concert nowadays. One Direction or...
Not that weak shit. Give me Iron Maiden or something.
There.
Sabaton.
Ooh. Yeah.
That's Swedish.
Don't give me
Swedish have rock music?
Sweden does have some heavy metal.
Yes, they do.
They do?
Man,
I don't like shit like fucking...
I thought they were sophisticated. Oh, well.
Well, everybody backslides. Shit.
Finland does too. Finland has a... Who's that badass? Oh, shit. I forgot the name. Let's go look it up now.
ABBA?
Fuck you, Jeff, you cunt. Go rape a fucking little fucking 8-year-old boy.
Hey, dude.
Wow.
That's what he basically said to me when he said ABBA. Fucking dick. He knew better. He knew what that was going to get him. He knew what his...
I triggered him.
What that mustache earned.
That mustache Jeff had to kill when it was running away from him down the street.
Exactly. It took me a week and a half to skin that son of a bitch. Plastered.
Right off the fucking ass he got that mustache.
It was too. There ain't no doubt about it. I ain't gonna lie.
That's it.
Gotta get it from somewhere.
Eating pussy like a watermelon. Flirt, flirt.
Yeah.
I'm laughing my ass off here.
I guess I'm not going to the movies tonight. I don't know.
Well, speaking of movies, I am waiting for fucking May 6th, damn it. Captain America Civil War.
Oh, fuck. Don't pay attention to that shit, sorry.
I'm a big comic book fan. I always have been, and that's something that I really enjoy doing. when I was a kid, I once fantasized about, when I thought about comic books, I fantasized about the fact, I wonder what it would look like if these people would bring these characters to life in, movies where they actually behaved and acted the same way that they did in comic books. And I'm talking about the abilities, right? And when I saw these types of things for the first time, I was absolutely fucking amazed with what they did with CG and special effects and all that stuff. I was like, damn. Right on, finally. Got some movies that I'd like to watch.
I'm kind of thinking about and worried about what the new Star Wars is going to be like in the next Star Wars movie. Not Rogue One, but the whole I just don't know.
It's like getting.
I'll tell you. We
It's
don't
like
know.
getting.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
I'm a Trekkie fan, to be honest.
Oh, so am
Yeah,
I.
I'm both. See, I'm very versatile. I can.
Yes, Paul. I am an infidel when it does come to not liking Star Wars.
Infidel, communist, whatever.
Infidel commie bastard.
Because when Robbins, it comes up, I call them all communists from that scene.
Yeah.
Bunch
But
of
I've
fucking
always
communists.
been a Trekkie fan, man. I've been a Trekkie for a long time, all the way back to
Yeah. I seen them when they were not reruns. So talk to me.
Star Trek Voyager,
Yeah.
Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Oh, the later show. I'm talking about the original.
Star Trek, you listen to what I fucking tell you to listen to.
Who are you talking to, Goober?
I think Goober's had a little bit too much.
You think so?
Mr. Secular Lobster Ministries, what kind of gospel do you have for us today, sir?
All of the Gospels. Would you like to know where I should start?
Well,
you asked for it.
No, I'm
Don't
talking
sit
about.
here and go,
I'm talking about. Hey, I'm talking to Secular Lobster Ministries, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Patrick.
sorry. I thought you thought my thing was lobster because I've had that experience before.
Hey.
So, Patrick, what particular gospels do you have for us today?
Oh, I have some bad comments, man. I made a video about why I didn't believe in heaven and hell about a year and a half ago, and I've been getting a lot of comments calling me a satanic fucker and, a cunt, and somebody made fun of my hair again, I just wrote, you know what I wrote, actually? And I'm doing this thanks to you. I wrote, fuck off. There, quiet.
Well, it's easy to tell them that because you don't have a personal connection with them, you know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, and we brought this up before. Once the whole, is there, God thing, in the atheist community, such as it is, other than the fact that we don't believe in God or no evidence or whatever like that, is so often we have very little in common after that, because that's the only thing that binds this community together. There is no doctrine,
Just don't say no homo after.
No homo, man.
No homo.
Hey, we've all done things. Speaking
It was college once.
Speaking of videos that have been getting a lot of attention, I have a video that has been getting a lot of attention lately, and in that video I talk about a story where this young kid, I guess, basically passed away for a short amount of time, and then this young Christian kid, right? And he comes back saying that he actually visited Muhammad and Allah and shit like that. This video has almost got 9,000 views, and the views are they're increasing. There's more comments. I've been getting notices for comments like fucking crazy for that fucking video, man.
I like the one you did of the pastor, the so-called pastor that went to heaven and took a selfie with Jesus.
Oh yeah, I know.
Hey, who wouldn't do that, man?
I'm the, you know, I wanted to do like a response video, but I can't. I wanted to come up with something, but I just.
That pastor was like that one girl in that song. Excuse me, I want to take a selfie.
Yeah.
You know, if anybody wants to take a selfie with me, I think I look enough like Jesus. You know, I mean, I got the long hair, I got the little stuff here going. You know,
Can you
I'm
walk?
going more for the Shroud of Turin look, though. You know.
Can you walk on water, Patrick?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you give him enough shrooms, I'm sure he could.
I want a selfie with that.
Hey,
Patrick, Oobleck doesn't count as water.
Huh?
Oobleck doesn't count as water.
He has to openly walk on a lake over it.
Ricky Lake?
No, a lake.
No, not Ricky Lake.
That would be
Jeff,
fun.
you would be interested in Ricky Lake. I don't know why, but
To walk on it? Yeah, that'd be great.
you're sick in the head, man.
Yeah, of course. I
Stop
can sit my
flying
head.
things. Stop fucking being airborne. You don't deserve. No, just stop.
What's going on?
You know, about 5 years ago, I made a video about the flying spaghetti monster. You know, I was just fucking around, and I had a bottle of wine and some pasta and shit like that in my hand and stuff. And I hadn't thought about that video in like 3 fucking years, right? I've been getting comments on that. Oh, that's a stupid religion, man. How could you believe in noodles? Don't you know? And I'm like, God, fuck, man. Don't you know I'm joking? I'm making fun.
Are you
know, but
serious?
these people, they seem to think, yeah. I got people that think, well, that's a stupid religion. You know, he couldn't. There's no way that a piece of pasta could create air. You know, I mean, and all this shit. And I'm like, God, how fucking retarded can one person fucking be, man? You know. And then I write, fuck off.
Fuck you.
It got actually the Church of Flying Spaghetti Monster was made into a real religion as far as shit goes. But there was somebody in North Carolina that was asking for the book of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, and they wouldn't give it to him. Said, because it's fake religion. Well, they would, you know, normally if you ever been in jail, they will offer you a range of books according to your beliefs. But they said, no, fuck you, you can't get that because it's made up. And it's like, really?
That's religious persecution.
Like yours aren't?
I think the Vigilant Christian made a video about debunk. You know, it was the Vigilant Christian. He debunked the flying spaghetti monster.
Did he?
Oh, yeah. I'm like, wow, you just debunked something that doesn't exist. Well done.
Yeah.
And if he does that with his fucking god, that would be fun.
Exactly.
I just find it funny as shit. Some people that actually think that. Yeah, I mean, I know there's people that do pirate shit and shit like that and take it to a different level, but I really honestly can't believe that some people actually think that some people think it's a real religion, that they actually pray to spaghetti and, you know.
No, it's trolling, obviously.
So what's going on, Forbidden Thinker?
I'm opening the Grand Temple of Cthulhuans.
Oh yeah. Speaking of new religions, I guess Forbidden Thinker's opening a new one where you get the opportunity to worship Cthulhu.
What does Cthulhu offer me?
Freedom.
Beer. Hot. Chicks.
All the above.
Chicks, hot girls, pole dancers.
Yeah. Well, I don't want virgins, man. I want chicks that know how to fuck.
Yeah, sweet.
He's got a good
virgin.
Man, it's really just freedom. When he rules the world, there's going to be a select few people that'll have rights, and it's a free membership, really. So why not join before he rules the world?
Hey, sign me up.
Forbidden,
I'm a believer.
you have a lot of rules on that. You have like 20 rules on that thing, which they're not bad rules. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
it's a
apparently
lot to keep track of.
apparently Cthulhu came up with his own version of the Ten Commandments. If you want to call it that.
Yeah, it's double. That's,
Like I said, I wasn't knocking them. I didn't say they were bad.
Yeah.
It's a lot of, it's like how everything else is now. If people don't agree with what you're saying, they can just, no, this is wrong. Go away. And
Yeah. You're making fun of Jesus, man.
hey, robots live matters.
Robot lives matter. Or you should say, or you should say this: pilot license lives matter. Yeah.
there's the thing. There's the thing about the temple. We have good pilots, actually.
I'm joining the temple because in Rule 7, the Temple of Cthulhu is also not a safe space to avoid criticism.
Oh.
Got my vote.
That's a good thing.
Oh, come on, Jeff. We all need our safe space sometime, man. Jesus Christ. People are going to make fun of you, man. And they're going, come on,
I
stop.
was married for 18 years. I don't give a shit.
Hell, I've got 4 wives, so, you know.
Well, what kind of an idiot are you?
Punishment. It took me 4 times to get it right, Jeff. You know, I mean, I wasn't a quitter.
Let's make a single player one per person game.
That's like saying I got run over 4 times by a bus, but motherfucker, I kept on trying.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
That's right. Hey, no, I'm not.
Takes more than 1 or 2 bricks to get me fucking smart.
That's right. It's just bam, bam, bam. Number 5. Bam.
I got the lumps to prove it, man. I got a dent right here in my head, man, from my first wife who crushed a giant fucking ashtray on my head. 15 stitches later.
Wow.
Speaking of things being run over, I saw a video the other day. It was fucking hilarious, man. These people were traveling down this country road, I guess, and, you know, they happened to come across a bunch of cows that were crossing the street. Well, these fucking idiots didn't slow down. They just continued to go forward because they were under the assumption that they weren't going to hit any cows, right? Well, lo and behold, a cow jumps right in front of the fucking car, right? They hit that motherfucker. They T-bone the fucking cow, and the cow just flies up into the air and smashes their fucking windshield. Skids across the fucking street, gets right back up, and fucking walks it off.
Hey, did you see that video where those 2 cows were fucking in the road, man, and that guy didn't slow down and hit him? And those 2 cows didn't stop fucking, man.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man. I tried that once back in the 80s, but motherfuckers run me over.
But Jeff, seriously, nobody wants to hear your war stories.
Bang, bang.
Oh.
I couldn't get that goddamn cow to slow down, man. Fuck, you know.
I mean, at least with Patrick, it's new and somewhat mildly, weirdly exciting.
Mildly, weirdly?
Yeah.
I'm mildly, weirdly.
Weirdest boner I ever had.
Hey. You know, I mean, whatever gives you a boner gives you a boner, man. You know, I mean.
Boner? It's a cock-out rock-out. I'm already going.
I mean, I've had a boner since I've been in this fucking hangout, just raging, man. And you guys can't see my hands, and I'm jerking my fucking fuck stick as we speak, man.
Hey, why don't you have a robot to do that for you? It's 2016, for fuck's sake.
Ah, jeez. If you can't do something like that by yourself, man, by yourself, with your hand, man, what is this world coming to? I mean, for fuck's sake.
Atheists, I wanted to, forbidden. I wanted to reply to you about your last video. You put religions cannot be changed.
Yeah, I know that.
I don't think that's the way at all, because look at how many different sects of Christianity there is.
There's a lot of sects in Christianity.
No, I don't mean like that, Jeff.
Oh, sorry.
Put the little boys away.
They're in the oven, for fuck's sakes. They're in the oven.
Are you
But
basting
my
them?
point is,
Yeah.
they changed. That's obviously there's people that just won't agree with every bit of their feels, and they need to sit there and okay, we're going to go ahead and spread out, and that gets spread out more and more, and snowball fight.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that does tend to happen. I just posed that question on video to see if anyone responds or just puts in the comments, because it's one of those things I always ask everybody every now and then.
Well, it does. It's just not an easy thing to do. Obviously, you can't make your own religion
It's a
by yourself.
rock out, a pants off, dance off.
Sure, you can make your own religion up. That's what people do all the time, man. They always talk about, you know, well, I believe this, I don't believe that. You know, their religion is basically based on their world fucking view. You know.
Well, I meant it's not easy to do it as far as make one that's gonna be sticking around.
Well, that's where the flying spaghetti, you know, the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster comes in, man. That's one of the fastest growing religions in the world.
I heard someone wanted. I wasn't sure who said it, but I heard someone saying that they wanted to have a pants off dance off.
Yeah, oh yeah, let's go.
Let that motherfucker flap in the wind.
Oh yeah. I ain't wearing no pants right now. Shit. You want to see?
Oh Jesus!
No.
Yeah, I'm wearing
Jesus' hair will cover his little leaf spot, so it's not like you're going to get any +10 videos from that.
Oh shit, man. I don't know about you guys.
I don't know either. It's just...
You're all heathens bound for hell.
Yes, we are.
What's up with
you?
you?
We refuse. We reject. We refuse. We work with Satan.
No, you don't refuse Jesus. You hate God.
Oh, God.
Well, one thing is for certain, Jeff. When we all die and we go to hell, according to the Christians, you can actually, in hell, from what I hear, get a pilot license for a cheaper price.
Okay.
Well, right there.
Hold on. All right. This is it. Hold on, God. Hold on a motherfucking minute. I'm tired of this bullshit. Hold on.
You know, all these fuckers on YouTube and Google Plus, you know, that tell us we need to repent and shit like that. When I die, if there was an afterlife, the last fucking place I would want to be was with those fucking people. So if that meant I had to go to hell, then so fucking what, you know? I mean,
I'd just like to report Quiet Atheist for being a dumb motherfucker, a hateful bastard.
No.
Oh, you gonna take his channel? Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, I've already reported him too.
Was I online? I'm sorry, what?
I've already reported him too, Jeff. Don't worry.
Good. God damn it, we can't have it.
Well, you know what I got to say to that? You all can literally fuck yourself with a rusty rake.
Hey. You know, I'm taking offense to that, man. I would never, ever say something like that to you. You know?
I got one of those outside. I got to try that one.
You privileged white male.
I think you're right. I've been doing that for ages, fucking myself with the rusty rake.
You privileged human.
I ain't white, Uber.
You privileged Mexican.
Yeah, Mexican privilege, man.
I gotta love that Mexican privilege.
Fuck you. I tell you what I'm gonna do, Uber. I'm gonna be like Donald Trump. I'm gonna pull a Donald Trump here. I'm gonna build a wall around my channel and make you pay for it.
I didn't know you were Mexican.
That's
you were one of my favorite supporters.
Huh?
You were one of my favorite supporters.
He looked up to you, Quiet. He admired you.
Who did?
Uber, you know, and then you just fucked it up for him.
Yeah, you
know?
just shit all over him, man. What's up with that?
You know what?
Yeah.
Because I don't give him
Talk about a double standard.
donations.
You know what, Secular Lobster? Don't try that reverse psychology.
No, man.
Turtles all the way, man. Turtles all the way.
I'm telling you, that's. It's like when Radar went up to to that doctor. Who was it in that thing in MASH, and then the guy with Radar, the kid, looked up to the doctor, and the doctor just berated him and turned him into shit and berated him, and I'm telling you.
Well, that says a lot, Jeff.
I know.
Yeah.
For your MASH insecurities.
I have a lot of insecurities. Plus the Benadryl's kicking in right
is
now.
pretty big. That's why you brought it up.
Exactly.
A lot of, Jeff has a lot of insecurities that he needs to work out within his own self.
I didn't realize they were that bad.
You know, and when he actually tries to go and get that pilot license for the 150th time, you know, he needs to really ask himself, well, is this something that I really want to do? You know, is this something that I can actually do? Can I fly a drone without crashing 100 fucking times?
It depends. They've changed the laws now.
Oh, I know.
You realize they've changed the laws on flying RCs now.
Yeah, but by the time I get an actual license, the fucking things will be banned.
Yeah.
No, see, I understand, Quiet Atheist, what you have done. You have just baited me into a response to get me angry, so I understand now.
Goddamn, you ask him a question.
And I would take the high road, actually, because Quiet can be downright just mean sometimes.
Well,
I mean, just downright disgusting.
Yeah, he's just pure evil. One of the purest evil.
I know. I mean, he fucking cusses worse than a goddamn sailor, man. And I just don't understand how people can watch his fucking videos.
I've talked to a few sailors that just find him just horrendous.
Well, I've talked to a few sailors that thought he did a good job.
There's that one transgendered sailor that thought he was cute. But
he is bald and cute.
If Ken Holman was here to talk about Amazing Atheist, he'd tell him he's doing the Lord's work.
Say what you're going to say and don't fucking be down for 5 minutes.
Who's getting shit?
Wow.
I think we just got Amazing Atheist's ass beat by his wife for shit comments. Good job, guys.
That was
Thanks,
an ass to him. Anytime I can help, let me know.
You fucked
I'm here.
Like normal.
That's where I'm here, you know, just doing my job, good citizens.
Yeah.
Did you get yelled at Quiet?
No.
Oh, damn it. We were hoping you did.
It was a part of your imagination.
Well, my imagination can go wild sometimes.
His wife was like, "What the fuck are you doing?
What are you doing?"
They're racist pricks. They are not even checking their fucking privilege.
Yeah.
I check my privilege every time I take a leak.
Hopefully it's still there.
Now, never mind. I ain't gonna get into stupid ass jokes.
Oh, come on.
I'm not in the fucking.
This shit, man. This is what this is all about. Too good for that shit? Think you're too good for that shit?
Yeah.
I can't be bothered with this fucking simple-minded shit. Fuck you guys.
You might make you better watch it, Uber. Just make a video about you, man.
Fuck
I'm telling you.
Fucking, I will be tickled right in my butthole area.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. My sphincter would be just lubed up, man. I mean, if he made a video about me, I'd be like, oh, yeah, okay, time to play the game.
Fucking spread that shit.
Let's get this party started.
With a lot of that.
Nom nom nom.
Get this. Nom, nom,
If
nom, nom.
you do Quiet Atheist, you better start it up. You better title it Nom Nom Nom.
I'm gonna bring a lot of roofies and iced tea.
Oh shit!
Bill Cosby.
I'm gonna be
Cosby
there.
that ass.
And people are just gonna be fucking unconscious.
Oh, bring in the roofies in. It's okay.
It's a cock out, rock out, a pants off, dance off.
It's a pants off, dance off. Who can have a pants off, dance off without a disco ball?
I breathe disco ball.
Well,
I love
you
my
gotta
disco
keep
ball.
proving there is no God. You don't have to keep going over and over again.
How dare you persecute my personal beliefs? Deeply held.
That's some actual horrid music. Disco. Oh.
I'm sure it's no worse than any of the horrible music I've heard before.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough, but fucking disco, it's so bad.
Oh no. Boom, 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 boom.
Look up the recorder. You know, the recorder from you get in grade school.
Oh, yeah, who didn't?
Recorder version of My Heart Will Go On.
Oh man, what a beautiful rendition! I'm sure that was.
Holy shit! I cringe. If you can make it through the whole song, you get a medal. I think you get a medal just for listening to the whole thing.
I think they should outlaw those things because I don't think there's 5 people in the whole fucking world that can actually play one of those things without making the squeaky fucking noises.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
That fucking.
Well, you know, try being a parent, you know, and your kid's standing up there with 50 other kids, and they've got recorders during a fucking like a spring, you know, a show or some shit like that, and you're going, oh, for fuck's sake, man, couldn't they have given the kids something else to do? Yeah.
It's like the kid in the band, you know, playing the triangle.
Yeah.
At least it's just like 1 or 2 kids playing triangle.
Yeah, we had a couple of those kids when I was in band. They wanted to be in the band, right? And they were trying to like get them into the clarinets, an easier instrument to play, and it didn't work. And so they put this one kid on the bass drum, right? Because he was really big. And that didn't really work because, I don't know, he was white and had no fucking rhythm at all. So they gave him a fucking triangle. And he was in the middle of the mark. And we had a good band, you know? But he was in the middle of the band and he had that motherfucking triangle, man. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. They should have just given some maracas and a tambourine.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it. I'm going to go ahead and kick off for the evening. You guys are more than welcome to stay in here if you want. But I'm going to go. You guys have a wonderful night, and thank you all for coming into the hangout.
Stay quiet.
Hey, have a good night.
Fuck off.
Okay. Yeah, fuck off as well. I got to go. Dinner's ready. They're trying to run out of the oven.
Jeff, you fucking slave owner.
Do me before I go. I want, do me a favor, Patrick. Before
yes, sir.
I go, pull your bottom lip over your head and smile.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's Carabinet, man.
Huh?
That was
racist. Carabinet did that. Talking about how it is to give birth. Take your bottom lip and pull it up over your head.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the broadcast. You guys can stay in here if you want, but I gotta go take care of a couple of things. And again, thank you all for being here.
Bye bye. Bye.